Hi guys, good morning. Today we will be having the SLCM marathon where your exams are just near the corner and I have jotted down all the important questions as well as the important chapters and we will be going according to that. Just before we start, I just want you all to message in the chat box if I am audible to you all clearly and then we quickly begin with this marathon. And I will tell you what is the plan for today as well so you can start preparing accordingly. Okay, so am I audible to all of you all? Just need you all to message on the chat box. Am I audible? Quickly so we can begin. I need you all to message in the chat box. Yes, great. So good morning. Let's begin. Great. So let's start with the marathon and the procedure. First, the SLCM subject. You have to understand the breakdown of this subject. This subject has two parts. The first part is for 70 marks for which you have 14 chapters and your part 2 which is 2 chapters for 30 marks confirmed. This is a confirmed weightage. So you understand that doing the part B is very important to score in your examination. Let's see. Then I have taken the average weightage of the marks that comes in your examination also. So this is the hierarchy, the first chapter, second, third, fourth, etc. I have broken it down into the grades, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 chapters. One is very obvious, your chapter number 15, which 15 and 16 will definitely find its way here because it is 30 marks doing 2 chapters for sure. So if you see with the options, these two are the most important which we will complete today as well. Okay, so you can be happy about that we will try to complete all the grade A chapters where you study five chapters. It comes for around 70 marks. The next important is your ICDR regulations 2018. I will give you a very important hack where this I will show you all how this also will be completed today itself, and everything in complete detail, whatever is important from exam point of view. Then you see your takeover code is for 10 marks. Your mutual fund is again for 10 marks. So these are your key important chapters. Now a new chapter has been introduced or will come up in your grade 1. I'll tell you which one. You can see this share based employee benefits 2014. This was for 8 marks. And there was another chapter which is your sweat equity regulations, which is for 3 marks. Both these regulations have been repealed and have been clubbed into one. Regulation. So if we see around 11 marks will, if you see that regulations which will be there automatically coming up here, 11 to 12 marks confirmed from that regulation which we will be doing now. Okay, so this is your entire grades of chapter buyback, insider trading, SCRA 7 marks. Okay, ombudsman very common in the exam. Now grade 1 and grade 2. Your grade 3 chapters are given here. However, from the grade 3 chapters, the SEBI delisting regulations 2009 has now been repealed and you have a new one 2021, which also we will see if we can complete it today itself. Okay, since it's in the part 3 but it's new, so at least one question you can expect from here. Next, okay, so this is the first part. Now the paper pattern, if you go to see how it will come in your examination, the paper is not direct questions. There will be direct questions, there will be situational questions, and there will be numerical sums also. First, your question number 1 will be for 20 marks. You will have 4 questions of 5 marks each. You will get an option. Now this is almost a fixed pattern. Question 2 or 2A, you will get a choice. again for 4 marks each, so small questions. Then question number 3, there will be 3 questions of 5 marks each, and question number 4 will be 8 marker questions, 8 and 7 marks question, combining it to 15 marks. So there are chapters which can come for questions that can come for 8 and 15 marks also. So I'll tell you also which are those chapters. We will cover those today as well. Then we have your part 2 your part 2, which is for 30 marks. So you will have 5 questions of 3 marks each and 2 questions of 5 marks each. So your part B, pay attention to what I'm saying. Your part B, though very vast, but the questions are of very small weightage. You see, 3 marker questions are coming. So you need to know the concept and be able to build the concept. Okay. So having said that, I'm going to say what all material I have today, and obviously the numerical sums also will be the very first question number, that is question number 1, might have 2 to 3 numerical sums. All the numerical sums I have covered, and I will show you all also how you all can get access to it. All the past exam questions, all the types of the numericals have been solved, and I will show you when we are coming to it how you can access it. Now moving forward, what all material am I using today to teach? One will be your scanner, the past exam questions. Okay. So first I will be referring to the scanner of our classes, which has all the exam questions along with the model answers. So whichever topic we do, we will go to the exam questions, all the exam questions, and see what type of questions are asked and what answers are given to it. Okay. So now let's begin without any further delay with the first chapter for the revision series. Also a small disclaimer, this is a revision series. I won't be going into detail into everything. I will only cover those things which are important from exam point of view and in a really quick manner. So it will help in your revision. Now, the first chapter that we will be starting, which in your exam is and just one is the exam questions, and one more thing I want to show you all is the supplement sheet. Of issued by ICSI, which I will be referring, and I'll be covering everything from it as well. Okay. Very first thing you see here in the supplement sheet, they have given you the delisting regulations which have been introduced 2021, and your share based employee benefits and equity sweat regulations which is there. Right now we will be starting with these regulations, with the SEBI regulations 2021. So good to go. We'll be starting this regulations, which in your exams minimum around 12 marks is expected from the examination. 12 marks is expected, and it's your grade 1 chapter. Good to go. Can we start? I need a thumbs up from y'all. I believe y'all must be having these notes because ICSI is already provided in the supplement sheet. So good to go. Can we start? I need a thumbs up from you. Very interesting chapter and very important chapter. This chapter is not only there in CS Executive, but the same chapter and the weightage is there in CS Professional as well. I will be covering it all in a really quick manner with all the things that can possibly come in your examinations. Waiting for a thumbs up from you. Good to go. Can we start? Okay, cool. Let's start. Firstly, the regulation that we will be doing is your SEBI share-based employee benefits and sweat equity regulations 2021. Now, what are these regulations? Let's understand. Earlier, there were two regulations. There was the SEBI sweat equity regulations 2002, and second was SEBI share-based employee benefits regulations 2014. These were two regulations. Both these regulations have now been repealed, have been replaced. Okay, both of them have been replaced. And the correct thing is both of them have actually been clubbed, and we have one single regulation which is called as your SEBI share based employee benefits. From here you have the share based employee benefits, this part, and also it clubs the sweat equity regulations which is here. So it's a combination of these two. So the earlier regulations, both these regulations 2002 and 2014 have been merged into a single regulation. Is this clear till now? And what was the purpose of merging them? Because both of them provided benefits to employees. So they said that why not have one regulation only which provides a benefit to the employee regulations and make it one regulation. Now, in this, there will be two parts. As we saw, two regulations have been clubbed, so it will have two parts. And in your examination, only questions can be framed from these two parts only. So this is the first part and this is the second part. Clear? The first part says that this, now the short name of it is SBE, BSE, okay, share based employee benefits and sweat equity regulations. In this, they've provided you 5 schemes, which we will see what are those schemes. These are all employee benefit schemes, and the next chapter is talking about sweat equity shares and their provisions. Now whenever we start, it is important, and I want you to take a note or take a screenshot, because this is a confirmed question that will be there, and you will be confirmed writing the regulation number. Imagine writing the regulation number and the section number and the chapter number. I'm telling you which one will come. So your SEBI regulations, it has around 6 chapters. In the 6 chapters, chapter number 3 is very important, which is there for our syllabus, and chapter number 4. So always you will write it down that as per chapter number 3 or chapter number 4. So these two chapter numbers you should remember. Those 5 schemes are given from regulation number 16 to regulation number 27. Here in chapter number 4 you will write that as per the chapter 4 of these regulations talk about the sweat equity shares, regulation number 28 to 41. So if they ask about the 5 schemes, we will write chapter number 3. If they talk about sweat equity, you will write about chapter number 4. Good to go till here? Let's begin. Now we are first talking about the schemes, those 5 schemes that are there, these employee benefit schemes. Company wants to encourage their employees, because today the biggest assets for any company are their employees. We have to think how to find good employee and retain these good employees. Means मैं चाहता हूँ कि companies employee को retain करें. They should be there in the company. So what do? They have certain beneficial scheme for the employees. Today, if you also want to work, you would want to work in a company which takes care of their employees. So these benefits are given. Benefits can be given in 2 ways. One is direct route and the other one is a trust route. So let's see what is a direct route and what is a trust route. First, today companies realize, let's say you are a very talented hardworking person, okay, and company realizes that this guy is working very hard. To find who are these talented employees, the company has a compensation committee. This compensation committee will identify employees who should be given. They'll find out who should be given and what should be the pricing and what will be the terms and conditions. So a separate committee is made inside the company to identify the eligible employees who will be entitled to this. Second, once you find and we came to know that you are the eligible employee, so we'll go and tell the employee, for example, I am the owner, I will go and tell the employee that listen, company mein, in the company, the share price, the market price of the company is 50 rupees. I am giving you because you are an employee. I will give you these shares for 20 rupees only. So this is the offer price. Tell me, will the employee be happy or sad? If the market price is 50 of the share and we are offering the employee at 20 rupees, the employee will be happy or sad? He will be extremely happy. So because he is getting a benefit, if you see in real time, he is getting right now he is getting a benefit of rupees 30. But we will tell him, listen, there is a condition apply that we are giving it to you for 20, but their share has a lock-in. You are under a lock-in where you have to work with the company for minimum 1 year or 2 years. Whatever is there, the terms and conditions will be given. So by this way, we can retain the talented employees. Great. So certain lock-in periods, etc. will be there. Now the company grants these options. If you want, pay 20 rupees or subscribe to the we are giving you the offer. You can take the offer. We are granting it to you. Fulfill the terms and conditions. Once you fulfill, then the employee will be the company will issue fresh shares to the employee, and the employee will pay the balance amount. Till here it is clear. Very simple. Give and take. You work for the company for 1 year. We will give you the shares at discounted price. So that's the point. Now just understand little bit from accounting. I understand accounting is not our core forte, but we have to understand little bit from accounting part also. Today, if the company has issued their shares of 50 at 20, they have to show that the balance 30 किधर गया, balance 30 क्यों नहीं आ रहा है, right or no? In the accounting we have to show that why are these being given at a discount. So then the company will say that 30 rupees, because the share is of 50, we will say we got 20, and the balance 30 we will have to treat it as an employee expense, that we have given this a benefit. So in our account we are not getting that 30 rupees, so we will expense it out. Clear till here? So this is benefit for the employee. Employee point of view it is good, but from the company point of view it is an expense to retain the employee. So that 30 rupees what he is not paying will be treated as an employee expense from the company point of view. Yes, so now this is the direct method. Next is the truss route. Now truss route is something which you need to pay attention. So whatever you are doing, I want you to hold back, relax, you have lot of time, pay attention to the truss route. These people find it difficult. The full summary of this regulation I am giving now only. Okay. In truss route, companies today like Reliance, Tata's have so many employees. Where will they monitor all of this? That he has completed the time period, इसने time period complete कर दिया, इसको देना है, terms and conditions. Company cannot really handle it themselves. So what they do, they set up a employee trust to manage these schemes. Till here it is clear. Company by itself cannot internally just work and not have a dedicated organization to manage this. So what the company does today, they set up a trust to manage the entire employee schemes. Now what happens is, companies set up the trust. The trust will then issue the shares to the employees, will transfer the shares to the employees, because everything will now be handled by the trust. There will be trustees, and these trustees and the employees will be the beneficiaries. Now what happens, that the trust will have to get the shares. So these shares they can buy it from the open market. The trust, employee trust, will have to give the shares to the employees. To give the shares first, the trust will have to have the shares. So what they will do, they can buy from the market, secondary market, stock market of that company. The trust will keep buying. To buy, the trust requires money. So the money will be provided by the company in the form of a loan. So the funding is given by the company. So the company will give money to the trust. The trust will buy from the market, and whenever the employee completes his tenure, the trust will allot him the shares. Till here it is clear. Now, when the employee completed his tenure, the trust will execute a transfer of shares. They will transfer the shares to the employees. The employee will pay the balance, whatever we had discussed earlier. Let's say he paid the 20 rupees. This 20 rupees is received by the trust. They can, with that help, they will repay the loan. Obviously, they will not be able to repay the full loan. So whatever is the difference will be treated as an employee expense, that the company has given this. They are not getting the full loan, but whatever loss the company is there, they are considering it as an employee expense. To make the employees happy, we had to give that at discounted price. Till here it is clear. Next, let's look at this. How does it work? Okay, the trust rule. The company is there. The companies nowadays prefer to set up trust. The trust is set up to manage this scheme. The loan is given to the trust so that they can go and buy the shares from the open market. Once the open market, they buy the shares, they keep it ready. Employees get certain grants. These grants, once they have completed their tenure, the employees will exercise the option, pay the price. They will get the shares, and with that money, the trust will repay the loan. Now there are three important terms to understand. So this is a 12-mark chapter, and whatever I am doing from there only it will come. First, we are seeing the three important terminologies in employee options. First is a grant of option, second is a vesting of option, and third is a exercise period. अभी तीन important dates होती है इसके अंदर. बहुत प्रोफेशनल्स भी कंफ्यूज रहते हैं इसके बारे में. Even professionals are confused, so pay attention. Okay, what happens? First, the company will give a offer letter to the employee that congratulations, you have been identified, you are a very hardworking person, we are ready to give you options, granting the options. So offer letter is given, he will also be very happy, he will subscribe. That is called as grant of option. Till now, has the shares been vested with him? अभी तक shares मिल गए क्या उसको? Message in the chat box, have the shares been given to them, or it is just an offer that you complete the tenure, then we will give you a discounted price? Have shares been given? Now, at this point, shares are not given. Then the employee will, once he has subscribed to the offer, then he will work. He will work for 1 year. What are the terms and conditions that he has to complete? Duration for work that he has to give. So, let's say this is called as the waiting period. Waiting period in simple words, that he has to wait for, and he has to work for the company for 1 year, 2 years, as and then they have said. Once the tenure is over, the vesting period is over, and the shares get vested, 1 year is over. Now the employee will be very, very happy that he is entitled to buy it at lower price. Till now, have shares been given to him? Till now, have shares been given to him? Answer is no. अभी तक क्या होगा? He has completed 1 year, but he has to still go and tell the company, I want it, take this money, give me. That is called as exercise period. Generally for 3 months they give. Once the vesting, if shares have been vested, once your time period has been completed, then you come and tell me that you want the shares. So that is given an exercise period. You have to come, let's say approximately company can give 3 months time. After the shares have been vested, after you've completed your time, then in 3 months you come and tell us that you want, because if you don't do, then the option can lapse again. So indefinitely कभी भी नहीं आ सकता है. अभी तुमको मिल गया तो कैसे एक टाइम पीरियड होता है, विद इन दैट टाइम पीरियड यू कम एंड यू पे द योर discounted price and get that share. So that is the exercise period. So first is the offer letter, then comes the waiting period. Though he has to work for that much time. Once he has worked and the shares are now eligible, then he has to go and exercise, execute, pay the balance amount, the discounted price, to get the share. All the three terminologies are clear. I'll be going faster after this because this is the main crux. Okay. So this is the basics of the grants of options under the schemes. Now let's see the regulations. These regulations are their SEBI regulations, right? So it is applicable on listed company or unlisted company. So these will be applicable to only those companies which are listed on the stock exchange. Now let's see few definitions. There were 5 schemes that we had done, all of which will come later. Now these 5 schemes are employee stock option scheme, stock purchase scheme, general employee benefit scheme, and retirement benefit schemes. Okay. So you have all these schemes: option scheme, purchase scheme, general employee benefits, and retirement benefit. Let's understand. All of this will come later part, but a small overview we will see. Employee stock option scheme means what? It is a scheme under which company grants certain options to the employees directly or through a trust. So I identify you and I say, I'm giving you these shares at this price, lower price, but work for me for so much time. This is the option scheme. In purchase scheme, what happens? This is offered as a part of public issue. Matlab, a public issue is there. So let's say this is a public issue. In public issue, I make a reservation. A reservation is made कि इतना reserve किया है employee के लिए. For the employees, it has been reserved. So I will tell, for the public, it is rupees 50, but for your reserve category, it is only 20. But when you are subscribing, it will be subject to lock-in period. So this is when a scheme is there, company offers to his employee as a part of public issue, it is called as purchase scheme. Next, general employee benefits scheme. Now this is what general benefits के लिए scheme बना है. For example, welfare benefits such as sickness, maternity, healthcare, disability, scholarship. So these are all the general benefit schemes that they have made. And third is retirement benefit. When you retire, then as a retirement benefit, certain amount will be given to you. That is a retirement benefit scheme. So company can launch any of these schemes for the benefit of their employees. Sweat equity will come later. Then there is one small part also that we can, it's very unlikely it will come, but it is a good concept to know. 2 minutes I'll finish this concept. Stock appreciation rights. Stock appreciation rights. Now what is this? This is a right given. Now understand. मैं employee को बोल रहा हूँ. I'm telling the employee that मेहनत कर. You work very very hard. The market value, the market price should increase. Whatever is the increase, whatever is the appreciation, जितना भी increase हुआ है, उतना के तेरे को share दे दूंगा या उतना तेरे को cash दे दूंगा. That much appreciation I will give you as a cash benefit or as a stock benefit. So let's take an example. I tell the employee on 1st January that the share price is 100. You work hard. If the share price increases, difference I'll give you as benefit. So the date of vesting, so he will wait. Vesting period is the waiting period. So he has to work for that much time with the company. Then the shares will get vested with him. Once it is vested, then he has to exercise within the time period and pay the money and finish the formalities to get it actually. So only on exercise period he becomes the shareholder of the company. So I tell him कि तुम काम करो, whatever is the increase. So he worked hard, 100 rupees share, he increased to 250. So the increase is 150, appreciation is a 150. I tell you, the share price has increased to 150. This 150 rupees I will pay you in the form of cash, or 150 worth shares I will give you. What do you want? Tell me. So this is basically a stock appreciation rights. I'm going to cover only those things which can come in your exam. Okay. Now coming to implement of schemes through the trust. Okay. Implement of schemes through the trust. Remember I told you trust route. Trust route is mandatory whenever the company wants to have secondary acquisition, etc. Matlab, trust will be there to manage the schemes. They will buy from the stock market the shares. Whenever the employee finishes his tenure, shares will be given to him and discounted price will be taken from him. Okay. Now, there are few points. I will go quickly. You've understood the concept. Now it is only facts that you need to understand. Okay. So a company may implement either directly or through a trust. First point, I told you first only. Now, whenever there is secondary acquisition, whenever you want that shares will be purchased from the stock market, no fresh issue. For example, you are the employee. Either I issue fresh shares, मैं तुम्हें fresh shares issue कर दूँ तो ये direct route हो गया. But I am not issuing fresh shares. I want to purchase from the market. तो buyback लग जाएगा. If the company purchases directly, buyback provision will apply. So they say no. If you want to buy from the secondary market, create a trust. That trust will buy from the market and then they will give it to you. Okay. So this is in whenever it involves secondary acquisition, it is mandatory to implement through a trust only. Okay. Then a company may implement several schemes through one trust. Very simple. A trust deed will be made. Obviously, if a trust is there, there will be trustees, there will be trust deed. Okay, any person can be appointed as a trustee as long as he is not connected with the key people of the company, because this trust is for the benefit of employees and it is to protect from any director, etc. So we want it to be independent, impartial person. Okay, so this is their implementation. Then the trustee shall not vote in respect of the shares held by the trust. Understand? The trust is buying the shares, so the trust will also be a shareholder. Trust cannot vote. Okay. Next, the trustee should ensure that the requisite approval from the shareholders has been obtained by the company. The trust shall not deal in derivative and only deal in delivery based transaction. Very, very simple. Let's understand. The trust, I am purchasing the share. Trustee is purchasing the share. Now we start dealing in derivative. We will start dealing in F&O. He will start dealing in futures, options, currency, commodity. They will say what nonsense. This involves extreme high risk. Derivatives involves extreme risk. You cannot enter into derivative trading. One, quietly buy from the market. When you buy also, it will be delivery based transaction only. Delivery based transaction means what? When you buy, the shares have to hit your account, money has to be transferred, a proper transaction should be completed, and it is said that we should hold it also for minimum 6 months. Tell me what we do as traders. So I like to trade in shares also. I can buy and sell in within minutes. Can a trust do that? Answer is no. Delivery in you, I bought it, immediately I sold it. So we do that. This is called as intraday. The trustees cannot do such kind of things. The money, the trust from where they will get, the company will only lend the money to the trust. The shareholding of the trust will be shown separately. Don't you think we have to know that how much shares are this trust holding? So it will come, the shareholding as a trust will be known as non-promoter, non-public shareholding. When you go and see the shareholding pattern, we will come to know in the shareholding pattern, we come to know how many equity shareholders are there, who are the promoters, who are the QIBs. We will also come to know here who is a trust is holding. So they will come in a separate pattern. In the अलग ही table बनेगा non-promoter, non-public. They are not promoter, non-public. तो है कौन? Trust है, trust, employee trust. Secondary acquisition shall not exceed 2% of the company. Very, very important point to be remembered as well. Pay attention, okay? The employee, the trust can buy shares and then give it to the employee. So now can the trust keep buying and so much shares it buys that the trust itself has 30%, 40% shares? They say no. Listen, the trust can buy maximum shall not exceed 2% of the paid up equity capital of the company at the end of the previous financial year. So maximum shares that a trust can buy is 2% only. Next, the total number of shares under secondary acquisition shall be held by the trust shall at no time exceed the below number limits. Okay, so the total number of shares under secondary acquisition held by the trust shall at no point of time exceed the below limits. Means this was for one financial year at the end of the previous financial year held in a financial year. So can I buy 2%, 2%, 2%, 2% for 4-5 years and have a lot of stake? Overall limit, this is the maximum limit that a trust can hold at any point of time. For the schemes given in part A, B, C, if you see employee stock option, purchase scheme, so go and see which all are given. Employee stock option, employee stock purchase, and there is one more, part C, which is there, and this is for the general employee benefits and the retirement benefit scheme, the stock appreciation right scheme. Okay, so they have given you the schemes. So for them, the maximum limit of shares that can be held for the purpose of this scheme is 5%. For these two, the maximum is 2%. And when we see if there are a company has multiple schemes, baby scheme, all this. So because you can have this scheme also, company can have multiple schemes. So combined of all the schemes, overall limit is 5% only. So if I have scheme A and B, I cannot say 5%, 5%. Overall limit is given for all the schemes will be 5% at any point of time. Next. Okay. So few points you can take from here and finish it just to build up an answer. Now another thing, can every single employee participate? Answer is no. Only those who have been determined by the compensation committee. Talented employees will only get the scheme. Compensation committee, what it is? So this is a dedicated committee made. So it is a company shall constitute a compensation committee for the purpose of administration and superintendence of the scheme. So ये सारी schemes को supervise करना, manage करना, check करना is all given in your the work of the compensation committee. Next, the compensation committee shall be a committee of such board of members as per regulation number 19 of the SEBI LODR regulation. Okay. Provided the company may also opt to designate its nomination and NRC committee as a compensation committee. Now, the shareholders approval. Obviously, if you want to issue these kind of schemes, you require shareholders approval. Okay. Now, what kind of resolution is needed? No scheme shall be offered to the employees unless a special resolution has been passed. Explanatory statement has to be given, and a separate resolution shall be obtained in case the company plans to give secondary acquisition, and after that their share capital expands due to the expansion of company of the shares taken by the company. Means what? If we've seen that the maximum that they can do is 2% of the paid up equity share capital, right? Of the capital. Now, if the company has made a private placement, the paid up capital will become more. So, automatically the trust will get more rights because it's a percentage, right, of this. So, if this increases, you get more amount to purchase. So, whenever that is happening, then you have to take a approval of the shareholders also. These are all general points. Now coming, which I feel can be asked in your exam. Okay. So this is your past exam question also. Variation of scheme. This is a past exam question. Variation of the terms of the scheme. Employee benefits we have made. Can we vary to put the employee at disadvantage? क्या हम लोग ऐसा vary कर सकते हैं कि employee disadvantage में आ जाए? Answer is no. So any company can vary by passing a special resolution. However, this variation should not be prejudicial to the interest of employees. It should not be prejudicial, shouldn't be detrimental, shouldn't be harmful, shouldn't be disadvantageous to the employee. A employee shall be entitled to vary the terms of the schemes, okay, without seeking. A company shall be entitled to vary the terms of the scheme without seeking the approval by special resolution. If it is changing to meet any regulatory requirement. So if the law has changed, then I don't require any approval of the employee shareholders. Law has changed, so I can make any changes. The notice of the meeting for where the special resolution will be taken will have to explain the full details and the rationale why I'm making this variation, etc. A company may reprice the option if the schemes have become unattractive due to fall in the share price. Now understand, when I offered, the market price was 50 and the offer price that I had given, the offer price was rupees 20, and I told him you work hard for 2 years. For 2 years the employee was working, and the share price crashed. The share price crashed. Moment it crashed to rupees 30, or maybe it crashed to rupees 15. So in that case, the employee will say, now this scheme has become completely unattractive, useless. I worked, I am a fool or what? Please reprice it. So then the company will say, okay, fine, we will reprice it. On completion of the tenure, you don't have to pay 20, you just have to pay 10 rupees. Till here it is clear. So they can make it, repricing is always there, but it should always be for the benefit of the employees. Next, winding up of the scheme. Okay. So winding up for the scheme. अभी देखते हैं. अगर एक scheme, if a scheme has, every scheme will have a tenure, and once the purpose is over, the scheme can be wound up. वो scheme को हम लोग बंद भी कर सकते हैं. So in case of winding up of the scheme being implemented, the excess money remaining with the trust after meeting all the obligations shall be utilized for repayment of the loan, distribution to the employees, or be transferred to another scheme under these regulations. मतलब अगर एक scheme, if a scheme is over, then whatever extra money the trust is having, funds are there, it can be used for 3 purposes. The first purpose is to repay the loan. Loan repay कर दो जो कंपनी के पास से लिया, या फिर एम्प्लॉइज को तुम बेनिफिट्स के तौर पे दे दो, कैश बेनिफिट, या फिर कोई दूसरी स्कीम में ये पैसा ट्रांसफर कर सकते हो. सो यू कैन डू 3 थिंग्स. You can utilize to repay the loan, that you can utilize to distribute the benefits, and you can use it to transfer the scheme. Now coming to non-transferability. Okay. Now coming to the non-transferability. Let's see. If I have given to you, let's say you are a talented employee. I gave this scheme to you and your name is Mr. X. Your name is Mr. X. You're extremely talented. Mr. X is saying that I want all these scheme. I don't want it. I'm transferring all my rights to Mr. Y. Chalega kya? Will it be okay? Will this thing be okay? All those rights, the compensation committee has identified Mr. X. Offer has been given, discounted price has been given to Mr. X to retain him. Can Mr. X transfer these rights to Mr. Y? Answer is obviously no. ठीक है, इसमें क्या है? Option SAR or any other benefit granted to an employee under the scheme shall not be transferable. It's obvious. Now this guy saying, okay, fine, I can't transfer. Can I put this and take a loan? Can this employee, now this is again important from exam point of view. This is important from exam point also. Okay, they can ask you. First point, can it be transferred? Answer is a no. Second, he's saying, okay, transfer nahi kar sakta. I can't transfer. Can I put it as a, how I can pledging of shares? Can he pledge? Again, answer is no. Because he has not yet been the shareholder of the company. It is just a hypothetical owner. He is just a, we can say, a probable owner. He may become the owner. Okay. Conditional owner, we can say. If he completes only, then he will get. Next, in event of death, now we are talking of very, very sad incidents. So I want you all to be very serious at this point of time. If the employee dies, or if the employee is become incapable, got a disablement, permanent incapacity, or if the employee has resigned or has terminated, in all these sad events, what will happen? If we told him you have to work for so many years and he died, mar gaya, he passed away. So in that case, we will say automatically the shares will vest in his legal hands. We will say you worked and while working only he passed away during that during his tenure, he will get. So while in employment, all the options shall vest with his legal heads. They can ask a question for this for sure. Next one. In case the employee suffers a permanent incapacity, अगर वो employee incapable हो गया या he gets attacked, then automatically it will vest in him. Here we are giving it to his legal heads because he is not alive. Here he is alive. Only thing is he incapable हो गया है. Next is resignation. If he resigns or terminates, will he be given anything? He will be given a kick and all his options and his benefits will lapse and expire. Next, this all belongs to listed companies. So when the shares get allotted, they will also get listed and you will have to make an application to list those shares also on the stock exchange. Very, very important. The new regulations have now introduced the the new regulations have given recognition to the company secretary. Okay, to the company secretary, and they have said that a certificate from the secretarial auditors of the company has been implemented in accordance with the schemes and in accordance with the resolution of the company in the general meeting. Pay attention. All these schemes, the scope of company secretary has been increased here. They are saying in case, so it's very, very, very important. In case of every company which has passed a resolution for any of these schemes, the board of directors shall at the annual general meeting, the BOD at the annual general meeting shall place before the shareholders a certificate from the secretarial auditors that the scheme has been implemented in accordance with these regulations. Clear till here? Yes or no? Next. Now we are talking the general provisions are over. They can ask you now. I believe you can write all this along with write the introduction and all those things. Now we are going to the next part, which is chapter number 3, administration of specific scheme. Now all those 5 schemes are there. Their specific points are given, and it is so simple, so simple. You can score maximum marks. People get scared in this. Okay, let's see specific schemes. Chapter number 3. Earlier we did chapter number 2. You can write the general provisions of the scheme. Now you'll write chapter number 3, which talks about the specific schemes. First, part A, employee stock option scheme, which talks, let's see, what are they given? How do you remember all these things? It is all common points for all. Firstly, any scheme that we are doing, we shall contain the details of the manner of the scheme in which it will be implemented and operated. First point kya hai? Administration, that the scheme shall contain the details of the manner in which the scheme will be implemented and operated. कॉमन सेंस से डिटेल्स देना पड़ेगा कि आप कैसे इंप्लीमेंट और ऑपरेट करोगे ये स्कीम को. नो ESOS shall be offered unless the necessary disclosures are being given. So disclosures देने पड़ेंगे और details देना पड़ेगा. This is what is there of how you will implement and administer. Next they talk about pricing. Remember I told you all the market price was rupees 50 and our offer price is rupees 20. Can I make it 10? Can I make it 1? Can I make it rupees 0 free? Yes or no? Can I do that? Can I issue the ESOPs free of cost? Answer is you are free to determine the exercise price. तुम्हारा शेयर है, जो चाहिए करो. It's the share of the company. Company can issue it for whatever price they want, but obviously they take some amount. They issue it at a discounted price. They can issue it at free, but they don't necessarily commonly do that. Next is the vesting period. Okay, vesting period मतलब क्या? तो एक हो गया एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के सारे डिटेल्स दे देंगे. प्राइसिंग यू आर फ्री टू प्राइस. नेक्स्ट इज अबाउट द वेस्टिंग पीरियड. देयर विल बी अ मिनिमम वेस्टिंग पीरियड ऑफ 1 year in case of ES. सारे में ही 1 year का वेस्टिंग पीरियड है. वेस्टिंग पीरियड मीन्स व्हाट? वेटिंग पीरियड. For this much time he has to work with company. So company can keep it minimum 1 year, they can keep it 2 years, 3 years, how much ever time they want. So the minimum vesting period is 1 year. Now here they talk about a merger and amalgamation. Okay, now if the company got merged, let's understand this. Okay, if there was company A and company B, they got merged into company AB. So there was a merger. Tell me such things you like or no. Message whether put in the chat box whether you like this thing or no. They have merged. So whenever this kind of merger is there, it's always a good thing. Now if there was an employee who his lock-in period was 1 year. He worked in this company for and 6 months has been completed in this company, and this company got merged, and now he is wondering that in this new company again he has to do the lock-in, or this period will be counted for computing the vesting period. He has to work more for 6 months or 1 year. Will his period of working in this company be counted? Yes or no? Quickly message. So the answer is obviously yes, only this period will be counted, and he has to work only for 6 months, because in the 6 months he's worked in this company got merged, so now he just has to continue for the another 6 months in this company. That's what they've given, and they've repeated this point everywhere in every scheme. They've said about all the sad things also I told you, such as death, incapacity, and in the last they say resignation. So same point, if in death it will go to legal heirs, if it's incapable it will be vested to him. Now coming, the company may specify the lock-in period pursuant to the issue of the share. So they are free to put in the lock-in period also, but minimum 1 year will be there. Rights of the option holder. Now it's a very important past exam question also. Will the employees who have got the granting of option get voting rights and dividend? Tell me one thing. Rights of the option holder. Can the employees who have got this offer, will they get dividend? Will they be able to vote? Will we be called as shareholders? Answer is no. Till the shares have not been actually granted to him, till they don't become the actual shareholder, they don't have any voting rights. So what is the rights of the option holders? Shall have, actually there are no rights. Shall not have a right to any dividend or to their vote or to get any benefit until the shares have been actually granted and exercised. Next, consequences of failure to exercise an option. Okay, if you have not exercised the option, I didn't want to do, I didn't have that balance 20 rupees, I don't want to work with the company, I have completed the tenure but I don't want it. So what happens if you do not exercise it? So then, very simple, the whatever money you paid, it can be forfeited. If the company has taken some balance advance in before, they can forfeit it, or whatever that money is there, they can refund it also. Then, so we finished the first scheme, and if you notice, we have finished two more schemes. Right now, you will come to know why, because the points are the same. For ESPS also, administration, company shall give the details and disclosures. Pricing, they are free to price. The lock-in period will be minimum 1 year. If it is merged, same points that the period in the original, the amalgamating company, in the transferor company will be counted. Death, disablement will be given to the person. This is a new point in ESPS where it has been given as a part of public issue. So this is a public issue. Remember I made that in public issue I said that this much part is for the employees, and if you purchased during this time, if you purchased it, let's say for others it was 50, for the employee it is rupees 20, but still if the employee purchased for rupees 50, he didn't want to go into the lock-in period, he purchased at the what is available at for the public only. The employee said मेरे को lock-in नहीं चाहिए, I don't want to get into the scheme, I will purchase at market price. Then will the lock-in period apply? Yes or no? Okay. Next is so then the lock-in period shall not apply. It's obvious because he has bought it at market price. Only if he buys at discounted price, it will be there. Next one, part C. Part C is talking about the stock appreciation right scheme. Remember I told you what is stock appreciation right? That whatever is the appreciation, that much can be given in cash in kind. Now again same points. Give the disclosures. You're free to price. Now this is specific, okay? You can either, that appreciation can be given in cash or it can settle it in the form of granting equity shares of that appreciation. Okay, no SAR shall be offered unless the disclosures have been given. Vesting period again they have given is 1 year. Okay, merge, death, same points. Rights, instead there are no rights. Same points repeated. Now notice that for D and E, for chapter number D, that scheme that is the general employee benefit scheme and the retirement benefit scheme, there are two special provision of this 10%. You will notice this 10% point is only coming in the last two schemes. There is a 10% point, which is there in these two schemes only. So let's see which one it is. First, okay, again the first point will be same, that it shall contain the details of the scheme. One, done. Second, this is a new point which will be there in both the last two schemes. What does it say? That the shares of the company shall not exceed 10% of the book value, market value and fair value of the total assets of the scheme, whichever is lower, for the benefit of general employee benefit scheme. Understand? What are they saying? The shares of the company shall not exceed 10% of, so 10% of the book value, market value and fair value of the total assets. So whatever is the price of total assets of the scheme for general employee benefit scheme. So this is the maximum amount that we can use. 10% of the price of the, this price is of three kinds. Okay, one is your book value, market value and fair value, whichever is lower. Now again, I want, the people get confused in this, so take a break, relax, you have a lot of time. Important concept I'm explaining, okay, and then you need to tell me whether you understood it or not. First, let's understand what are these three different prices: book value, market value, fair value. Today, if you take the balance sheet amount, the balance sheet value of one share, let's say it can be rupees 30. Yes or no? When we do the assets less liabilities divided by the number of shares, so this is also called as a balance sheet price. You get rupees 30. But जरूरी है क्या कि जो बैलेंस शीट प्राइस है वही मार्केट प्राइस होगा? Is it necessary that the book value has to be same as market value? Yes or no? Quickly. Exactly, no. So the market value can be trading at 50. You will be shocked. Go in Adani any share. If the share is of 30 value, is being traded at 300. It's so overvalued. People believe it will go bigger and bigger. So even if the book value is 30 today, people feel that in future it will go very high. So they buy. So the market price can be lower, higher or lower, possible. And the other one is a fair value. Now fair value is the actual transaction price. This is the actual transaction price. Let me explain with the help of an example. Have you all heard of Elon Musk? Elon Musk has purchased a company recently. Can you all message in the chat box which company has he purchased? Which company has he purchased? Exactly, he has purchased Twitter. Now Twitter market price might be 50. But don't you think Elon Musk actually paid more than the market price also what is trading on the stock market? We have seen that very common in takeovers, that you give a premium. So the fair value can be anything, right? Fair value can be anything. So what have they said? That from all these, so all these three terms are clear. Book value is a fundamental price. Market price is the actual stock share market price. And face value is the actual transaction price, which might not be according to the market value. Sometimes we have private placement at a very different price. Okay. So what are they saying? Ki maximum 10% of the assets can be used for general employee benefit scheme. Okay. So this is the maximum 10% that can be used. So again, I'll read it out. So the shares of the company shall not exceed this figure for the purpose of general employee benefit scheme. So you'll figure out what is the total assets of the scheme. Uska 10% is the maximum that you can use for general employee benefit scheme. The rest of the amount can be used for other things such as putting in FD, putting in some liquid funds, etc. Okay. Now when we go, so only that much 10%, just remember that those figures, that's it, that's the only new point in D scheme and in E scheme also. E is about retirement benefit, everything else is the scheme. You have to give the disclosures, then you have to give the details of the scheme, the 10%. The shares of the company shall not exceed 10% of the book value of all this, of the total assets of the scheme, whichever is lower, for the purpose of benefit of this scheme. So this is the maximum amount that can be used for the purpose of purchasing the shares and giving. Rest all can be used for helping the employees, healthcare. All the money cannot be used to buy shares and keep at discounted price. Give health benefits, give other benefits, do other things also with it. Okay, I hope that is clear. So we have finished the half part of the regulation, which is also the most important part. Now we'll be starting with sweat equity. What is sweat equity? Clear? I hope till here it is absolutely clear. If it is clear, please message in the chat box. Till now everything is absolutely clear. Quickly, so we can move ahead. Then we'll be starting with the second part, sweat equity, which will also get over in 10 minutes. Quickly, so we'll be starting with the second part, which is about sweat equity, and we'll get over in 10 minutes. I want you all to message in the chat box if it is clear. And don't forget to put a thumbs up on the video also, just a request. Okay, so now let's start quickly, moving ahead. Sweat equity. Now what do you mean by perfect? Now what do you mean by sweat equity? The definition is given under section 2 subsection 88. Definition of sweat equity is given under section 2 subsection 28. Now I will explain in a very clear manner to you. Once and for all, the sweat equity concept will be clear. Now what happens is, companies and there is a employee. Okay, now pay attention. Okay, employee. This employee, in addition to his salary, he goes home and on his own as a hobby developed a software. He developed a software. He is very talented. Now company says, he goes and informs the company that on my own merit I made this software. Company says, very great, give us this software. So in return, we will give you shares of the company. Company will allot shares, and in return the employee will give his intellectual property rights, knowledge, know-how, value addition, whatever he is done, he will give it. So can I now say this transaction, the company has allotted the shares to the employee for consideration other than cash? Did the employee pay cash, or he gave consideration other than cash? Quickly, he gave cash or he gave consideration other than cash? Obviously, he did not give cash. He gave consideration other than cash, maybe a technology, a software, licensing, anything. So this is your definition. This share will be called as sweat equity share. They are in par with any other share. Only difference is, we come to know that against these shares money नहीं आया, पैसा नहीं आया, कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी आई, कुछ इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी आया इसके बीच पे. Okay, so we'll read. Sweat equity shares means equity shares. So these are equity shares, okay, which are issued by the company to its employee at a discount or for consideration. So maybe they can take 50% cash, 50% technology benefit at a discount of a consideration other than cash, for providing know-how, making available rights in the nature of intellectual property rights, value addition, whatever name called. Till here it is clear. Now quickly, if you understand the regulations, for unlisted companies, if sweat equity is being issued, section 54 and rule 8 of the company share capital and debenture rules 2014 will apply. If it is a listed company, for listed company, the employee share based employee benefits and sweat equity regulations 2021 will apply. Till here it is clear. So we are doing for listed companies. Let's see what all points are they given. Now, issue of sweat equity by listed company, chapter number 4 applies. So if they ask, please write chapter number 4. Okay. Now, definition they've given. What is sweat equity? We've discussed. The maximum quantum of sweat equity shares that can be there. Now, this is important. Can the company keep giving shares like this only to everybody? Take technology no, take the share, take the share. Can the or there will be a upper limit? Cash भी तो आना चाहिए ना? Cash भी तो आना चाहिए ना? So they've given the maximum quantum of sweat equity shares that can be issued. A company shall not issue sweat equity for more than 15% of the paid up equity share capital in a year. Max how much in a year they can do? 15% max in a year. Next, however, issuance of a sweat equity shall not exceed 25% at any point of time. So in 1 year 15, then again next year 15, then again next year 15. ऐसा नहीं होगा. Overall limit is 25% max overall. Till here it is clear? Yes. Now for those innovators, now till here it is for applicable for all companies. But for those who are there on innovators growth platforms, startup companies, they are permitted, they get some additional benefit, permitted to issue not more than 15% of the paid up capital in a year, subject to an overall limit of 50% up to 10 years from the date of incorporation. So they get not 25% on any point of time, they can issue maximum limit is 50%, because in a startup company, whenever some employee has innovated something, obviously that time you want to give more because he has actually done, and startup company के पास ज़्यादा पैसे होते नहीं है. हो सकता है कि एक न्यू कंपनी might not have money, एक नई कंपनी के पास पैसे नहीं होंगे, तो वो लोग क्या कर सकते हैं? इक्विटी शेयर बांटते हैं. They give equity stake. So that has been recognized and they can allow to give a maximum of 50%. But up to 10 years, which are there. Now coming special resolution, whenever you want to issue sweat equity shares, special resolution has to be taken as given under section 54 along with the explanatory statement. The issue of the sweat equity shares to the employee who belong to the promoter or promoter group. Again, if you are issuing sweat equity shares to the promoter or the promoter group, then only a ordinary resolution is needed. Obviously, we know that the promoter only would be the one working, so for him only 51% shares and we can allot to him. Each of such sweat equity shares shall be voted by a separate resolution. So whenever sweat equity share is being issued to Mr. A, to Mr. B, again whenever it's being issued, a separate resolution will have to be taken. And this resolution will be valid for maximum 12 months. Means the resolution has been passed, you can issue it to so and so person, the company resolves to issue it. So within the time limit it should be allotted. So from the resolution to actual allotment should be completed within 12 months. Clear? Great. Now coming to this pricing of sweat equity share. Again, what word is common? Free to price. The price of the sweat equity share shall be in this, just important to note, now this is sometimes fraud happens, okay? Sometimes fraud happens, and what happens is company starts giving equity shares to many of its employees, and in return कुछ अच्छा खासा ये नहीं आ रहा है, technology नहीं आ रही है, just they are not getting something that valuable. So then they said that listen, you cannot issue at an extreme discount, so for that you have to follow the pricing methodology as given for preferential issue, under the ICDR regulations 2018. Means sweat equity pricing will be subject to the same conditions as what is applicable to preferential issue under ICDR regulations 2018. Valuation. So the valuation of the technology will be done by a merchant banker. He may consult other experts, and a merchant banker shall obtain a certificate from an independent chartered accountant that the valuation and the know-how is in accordance with the accounting standards. Accounting treatment, very, very, very important. This has been asked also in the exam and many people don't know. So now pay attention, okay, to this part. Now we know that we are getting technology. The company is getting technology. They are getting this software, intellectual property rights as consideration for the share, okay. Now when you get this, is software a asset or no? Is software coming in the asset sides? So if the company plans to put it in the asset side in balance sheet, or they can say ki no, it is not worthwhile of becoming a asset, we'll just treat it as a expense and put it into the profit and loss account. So depending on the nature of the software, you will decide whether you want to put it into the balance sheet or treat it as an expense and finish. Sometimes he's just giving some know-how. Know-how cannot be put in the balance sheet. It will be treated as an expense. Sometimes he's not giving the ownership rights. He's giving only license. So license will also be expensed out into this. Okay. So the accounting treatment shall be for non-cash items if it is in the form of an asset, amortized asset. So depreciation is for tangible assets. For intangible assets, we don't say depreciation, we say amortization. Amortization assets can be treated in the balance sheet, or if A is not applicable, then it will be expensed out. Very, very, very important, super important point, that this will be placed before the auditor's certificate. Placing of the auditor, the board of directors shall place before the shareholders a certificate from the secretarial auditor. So company secretary scope has increased, recognized in listed companies, that the issue of sweat equity regulation has been made in accordance with these regulations. So a certificate from a CS that these regulations have been complied. Now ceiling on the managerial remuneration. This is very, very common that they ask with respect to managerial remuneration, whether this, when we are giving it to a director is already getting salary. In company law, they have given under section 197, 198 the maximum that he can get remuneration. Beyond that, certain compliances, approvals have to be taken. So whether this will be counted in managerial remuneration or not. So the amount of sweat equity, so we will say, is it remuneration, shall be treated as a part of managerial remuneration if the following conditions are fulfilled. So it will be treated as a company has given him extra money or extra benefits if it is issued to a director or manager and it is not in the form of an asset. The intellectual property asset के form में नहीं आया है, expense के form में आया है, which you cannot, it's not something that valuable that you have got. So in that case, we will say this is treated in computing your managerial overall ceiling of managerial remuneration. Lock-in of sweat equity shares. The sweat equity share shall be locked in for a period as specified in ICDR regulations, that is 1 year minimum. These shares will get listed Okay, then obligation of the company in all these things, very simple. What is the obligation? Explanatory statement, secretarial auditor certificate. Within 7 days, apply for listing, and that is it. We are completed with the entire regulation. Nothing else can be asked from these regulations. Is this absolutely clear? This is one of the category A chapters which is has a weightage of around 12 marks in your examination. Now we'll take a short break before we start with the other chapter. Your job is to complete this regulation what I have done, finish reading it completely, and we will start with the second regulation. Or what you can do, I will tell you which chapter I am starting. So you can start revising that chapter so that it becomes fast for you, okay? And whenever I ask questions, you have to put in the chat box, so it will help you only. Okay, great. So it will help you understand whether you have you know the concept or not. You are writing what you will be writing in the answer exam also. Okay. Now, can you all message in the chat box which next chapter do you all want me to cover? So I will probably take from category A chapter only. The important chapters only I'm taking. It will be vast, but it has more weightage in your examination. So I have completed the 12 mark chapter. Quickly I'm waiting, or I think I will only choose a particular chapter. Let's go with this second most highest weighted chapter, the part B, Securities Market Intermediaries chapter. Now for the chapter that we have done, there is no past exam question since it is a new regulation that has come completely. Okay. Now for ICDR, I have already taken. Now this is the most important chapter, ICDR, and the most technical also. ICDR regulations 2018. Along with the sums, I have covered it. You have to go on YouTube, search ICDR regulation CS executive, and you will get my video out there. Okay, so you can go and do the ICDR regulations completely. I've covered entirely from exam point of view. I've covered all the past exam questions, and also from, I believe from there only it will come because I'm covering everything. So ICDR I have just covered. Go on YouTube, put that, and my lectures will pop up. Do it. Okay, from there. Till here it is clear. So ICDR 11 marker covered. I have covered today another 12 marker. One more I'll cover, which is your SEBI Securities Market Intermediaries chapter. Okay, so we will take a short break and then we will come back and continue with this chapter. So the time right now is 1 p.m. Okay, so we will return back at 1:45. We return. Clear till here? Clear till here? So we return back at 1:45. So we return at 1:45 p.m. and chapter that will be covered is Securities Market Intermediaries. Okay, which is in the exam weightage is 12 marks. Clear? And we'll cover it entirely. That's it. So I'll see you all later at 1:45. Hi guys, am I audible to you all? We'll quickly start with this particular chapter and finish it off within 40 minutes. Okay, this is a very important chapter, so I believe we can stretch it for 1 hour also. Ready? So can we begin? Just waiting for your thumbs up. Can we begin with this particular chapter? Waiting for your reply. Am I audible? Can we quickly start? Waiting for your response. Okay, great. Chalo, let's start. So we'll be starting with the security market intermediaries. In the past exam, it has come for a weightage of around 12 marks in your examination. So let's begin. What are security market intermediaries? This chapter, in the very start, first they give you general information about who are intermediaries and the registration, the basic stuff. And then they start with each intermediary in detail. So the first half of the chapter, I will go fast. It is not important. It has never come in the exam. It is not expected to come in the exam. What comes is the second half of the chapter. So let's begin. What are security market intermediaries? So who is the regulator of share market in India? Quickly put in the comment section, who is the regulator of the stock markets in India? So it is the SEBI, Security Exchange Board of India. Now SEBI does not regulate the market by itself. It has its intermediaries with the help of which it can regulate the market efficiently. The object of SEBI itself is to protect the interest of investors, to regulate intermediaries, and to and develop the stock markets in India. Now, SEBI regulates the various intermediaries. They have made a regulation for each intermediaries, and all the intermediaries are bound by that intermediary. Section 11 of the SEBI Act states that it is a duty of SEBI to register and regulate the intermediaries in India. So it is the duty of the SEBI to regulate these intermediaries. What is the objective of having intermediaries in the first place? Why is SEBI intermediaries required? Now again, the stock market is very vast and it is a very technical field. बहुत ही technical or it involves money. So wherever it is involves money, छोटा भी loophole नहीं चलेगा. Even a small loophole is not allowed or cannot be make a mistake, and SEBI cannot make a mistake or have any loopholes. So to have a very strong grip over the stock market mechanism and stock market governance, we have these intermediaries. So for the smooth process of investments, we want to link between the investor and the users of the fund. So the investors give it to the companies and it should go in a smooth manner. Now, who are the intermediaries? We have seen that these are all the intermediaries. Each one we will cover. Now, first they say the various intermediaries, and the intermediaries when they want to set up, like I believe some of the intermediaries you would know, like your broker, your underwriters, you must have read. Now, when any stock market intermediary has to take license, permission from SEBI to operate. For SEBI will first conduct a research whether you are eligible. So if you want to become a stockbroker or you want to become a portfolio manager, you have to get a license from SEBI. SEBI will check the eligibility, will check your infrastructure, will check your net worth, and then it will grant the license. Now, what are the net worths? I've just given it in short. You can remember the net worths, okay, which are there, which I will cover when I'm doing those particular topics. Okay, each of these intermediaries we are going to cover. But before we cover, a small general information has been given which we'll quickly brush up. The provisions applicable to intermediaries. Now, if you want to provide any SEBI intermediary, you want to become a SEBI intermediary, you have to make an application to SEBI in Form A. Once you make an application, the SEBI will check your eligibility, whether you are eligible or not eligible. Now, an intermediary may carry on the activities of more than one intermediary only if it obtains a separate certificate for that activity. I'm going off fast on this part because it is not important from exam point of view. SEBI can seek additional information if they want. You will have to produce that information. SEBI can, if they want, they can go in, verify and inspect and counter check all those documents. Now, consideration of the application. The SEBI shall take into account all the matters relevant to the activities in the security market but not limited to the following. So they will see before giving the approval, SEBI will see have we refused your certificate earlier, have any of your directors, partners, trustees uh, have any pending litigation which can have an adverse effect on business. They will see the whether you're fulfilling the net worth and eligibility criteria. They will see whether the granting the license is in the interest of stock market as a whole. Now obviously it is possible that if you get the license, well and good, but if you don't get the license, SEBI has a right to reject the license. But whenever they reject the license, they will give an opportunity of being heard, and you can then SEBI will pass the order. If you're unhappy, you can always go to SAT. Okay, they will grant the certificate. It will subject to certain conditions that you will fulfill all the criteria and guidelines as given for prescribed for the intermediaries. For two activities, you will have to have two certificates. Conditions for the certificate. Okay, this is it. Then they give you certain criteria that they will look whether you have proper infrastructure, past experience, proper capital adequacy, no disciplinary action should be taken against you, whether you are a fit and proper person, whether you've been convicted for any moral or for any offense, moral turpitude, etc. You can apply for renewal of the certificate at least 3 months before the expiry of the certificate. You have to follow the code of conduct which is given. Now the code of conduct, just look at the headings. Okay, what are the code of conduct for intermediaries? For all intermediaries, they have to be honest and fair, act honestly, they have to be diligent, careful, skill, care and work for the interest of the client. They should be competent and have proper resources to give a good job. If there is any conflict of interest, it will be resolved, and they should make laws and policies for resolving conflict of interest. Compliance with all the regulations. The senior management will be responsible for ensuring good corporate governance. They have to work to protect the interests of investors. You have to ensure that you have proper internal controls and mechanisms. Follow the best corporate governance practices. Do a proper KYC on your clients. Maintain the records and conduct proper internal audit. Every intermediary has to get a quarterly report from a compliance officer that they've complied with all the regulations. Okay, if there is any SEBI, if they feel that the intermediary is not functioning well, they can conduct a investigation into any of the complaints on the intermediary. They will send a show cause notice, then hear the order and then pass whatever order it deems fit. If we find that the intermediary has not complied, then there can be penalties such as what all an intermediary shall be liable for action if it has contravened any of the law, did not furnish information, did not cooperate, did not comply with the guidelines, did not pay the requisite fees, or did not follow any of the conditions. Okay, these are all the general things. Now, with respect to investment advice, tell me, should a broker, I want you all to put in the comment section, should the broker go ahead and give a investment advice to its client? Is it a good practice? A SEBI intermediary, something who is working for the government agency, should they end up giving advice? Obviously not. An intermediary shall not render any investment advice because they have access to undisclosed price sensitive information about any security which is not in public domain yet. They have to redress and solve the problems of any of the investors within 45 days from the receipt of the complaint. Okay. Now, this was the first part of the chapter, which is not expected in your exam and it is not important. Now we will start with the important part of this chapter, which comes in your examination. Okay. So they will pick up any one intermediary and they'll say write a short note on them. The first and the most important intermediary of SEBI is your merchant banker. Now we are starting to do the intermediaries. First and the most important is your merchant banker. This is most important. It has come in the past exam question. Can anyone put in the message on the chat box what is a merchant banker? Many company secretaries work there. It is possible that you, after doing CS, will work in a merchant banking company. I have many of my friends working in merchant banking companies and they are one of the highest paying companies who pay company secretaries. So it's a very good lucrative position to be in when you're working in a merchant banking entity. Can anyone tell me what is a merchant banker? Quickly, I'm waiting for it. Let me see if you all, this is a revision lecture, so I believe you all should know it. Message quickly, who is a merchant banker? So, a merchant banker is nothing but a manager to the issue. They are a manager to issue. Till here it is clear. What is the definition? He is a manager to the issue. So, whenever there is a public issue, the company is making a public issue. From SEBI side, merchant banker will come to see whether everything is followed. So today, if there is a public issue, a IPO, so company IPO is there, obviously they want to reach and raise money from the public. They want to reach to this public, okay? So what happens? In between there will be SEBI. SEBI will oversee it. Very good. So any person engaged in the business of issue management, perfect, very good language and written. One person who is responsible for public issue, making arrangements for buying and selling of securities. Excellent. Now, so when a public is coming out with a company is coming out with a public issue, they want to raise money, so they will issue securities, they will give their shares to public and in return company will give funds. This entire process is overseen by SEBI. Now SEBI itself doesn't come, they send their intermediary. So they will send a merchant banker to oversee this entire process. So merchant banker will actually oversee that everything is done properly or no. And in the end it will inform SEBI through a due diligence report saying that this issue management has been done perfectly. They have complied with the laws. I have done my part. All the people have done their part also. Okay. Now, merchant banker is any person who is engaged in the business of issue management. He acts as a manager, consultant, advisors to corporates in relation to issue management. So let me give you a practical example. Where there was a client, he wanted to come out with an IPO. When he came out with an IPO, he contacted our firm. He said that we want to hire a company secretary services. So what will be our role? That we have to work with the merchant banker who has been appointed. Merchant banker will oversee that all the prospectus, everything information given in that, whether the minimum public shareholding, shares are issued, money is taken, everything is done properly or not. So then we work with merchant bankers. We tell them, yes, this company has done that. Merchant banker will say, is this completed? We'll say, yeah, this is also completed. sometimes when we get stuck, we ask merchant banker, now what is to be done? XYZ thing is being, this is happening, we want to issue abroad, we want to raise money from abroad, what is to be done? This license was there. So we want to do, public issue, we want to make an advertisement, can you help us? So the merchant banker is working like a friend. He is helping the company to make a public issue as per the laws. So he is protecting the company also, the public also, and that's the job of the merchant banker. Clear? Now, origin. Merchant banking services were started by Greenland Banks in 1967. It was followed by Citibank, then State Bank of India, and then ICICI Bank. So they had started the merchant banking services. Now there is a regulation called as Merchant Bankers Regulation 1992. Okay, now all the merchant bankers, they have to comply with this regulation. The net worth, if you want to start today with 50 rupees in your pocket and you want to become a merchant banker, you cannot. You need to have a huge net worth of at least 5 crores to start merchant banking services. Now, what will be the role of merchant banker? This is a past exam question. So this has been asked in the past exam as well. Okay. Functions of merchant banker. So issue management, he can act as a bank. He will ensure that the dividend is paid, trustees are appointed. If suppose the issue is of debenture, then debenture trustees will come. Underwriter, so he can also sometimes act as an underwriter or coordinate with an underwriter. Monitoring agency, he will monitor everything. Project management, so issue management, he can also be a broker. And loan syndication. For example, if my company is there, I go and tell the merchant banker, see, I'm raising so much money from the public, I require a loan also, can you help me in getting a loan? So merchant banker will say, I have my contacts, I will maybe provide you the loan, I will contact with certain banks, make few calls and get the loan fast as well. So this is the role of a merchant banker. Then general responsibilities. Now general responsibility is there for all intermediaries, which we saw. They will have to comply with the code of conduct. They shall not carry on any other business other than merchant banking. They shall maintain books of accounts. They shall get a half yearly unaudited balance sheets. They will preserve the books of accounts for a minimum period of 5 years. They will enter in, every merchant banker acting as an underwriter shall enter into an underwriting agreement. He shall appoint a compliance officer also. So these are all general points. So the first intermediary is over. That is your merchant banker. Manager to the issue, origin, and you will write the functions of merchant banker. 5-mark question, everything you can write. You can write the regulation also. The second intermediary is your registrar and share transfer agent. Your registrar and share transfer agent. Now, what do registrar and share transfer agent do? Understand. It is a combination of registrar to the issue and share transfer agents. Let's understand. Okay. Now, in stock market, there can be primary issues. Primary issue. Now, issue types could be a primary issue or a secondary issue. Okay, right? It could be a primary sale, or sale could be either in a primary sale or a secondary sale. Now in primary, what happens? Fresh or new securities are sold. New securities are sold. In secondary, it's nothing but a sale of existing shares. Here, when I say fresh issue, is there. So here we can say it is considered to be issue of shares. And here it is considered to be transfer of shares. मतलब क्या, अगर if मैं IPO में apply कर रहा, I'm applying in the IPO, I get allotted. So company has given me the share and I give the funds to the company. But once I get the share and then later I transfer to someone, this will be considered to be a secondary sale. Till here it is clear. सबसे पहली बार शेयर इशू होता है तो वो प्राइमरी सेल बोलता है, उसके बाद में ट्रांसफर होता है. I buy the shares in the IPO. Once the share price go high, then I will sell. It will be sold to another person. That person will give me the money. So that is a transfer of share. Here the company will not get the money. The investor will get the money. Whenever there is a primary issue, we have IPO, there will be someone called as the registrar to the issue. Okay, registrar to the issue. Till here it is clear. So the registrar will take the IPO applications. He will see whether all the people are applying. Then allotment will be there. Share certificates will be given. If you are rejected, refund will be given. So this is a registrar to the issue. Next is secondary. In secondary, what happens? There will be transfer of shares, transfer deeds made. If there is on death, then it is transmission of shares. Here, the intermediary is called as share transfer agent. Share transfer agent. Still here it is clear. So there are intermediaries who provide registrar to the issue services. Some provide this issue. Tell me one thing, don't you think it is better to be a registrar and share transfer agent where you can do both activities? Yes or no? I want you to put in the comment section, isn't it better, isn't the scope better when an intermediary becomes a registrar and share transfer agent where they can manage all the primary issues also, they can also handle all the secondary transfers also. Yes or no? Obviously, yes. So the registrar and share transfer agent is a combination of registrar to the issue and share transfer agent. Registrars to the issue are concerned with primary market and share transfer agents are connected with the secondary market. Here a category 1 acts as both. So whenever you have category 1, they are acting as both, and category 2, they can act any one, either one. So either they will be registrar to the issue or they will be share transfer agents. The best examples of them is CAMPs. They act as registrar to the issue and share transfer agent. They are RTAs. Now what is the function? So primary function is collect the application from the investor, maintain proper records, if find the basis of allotment, give the allotment letters, refund if allotment is given, then share certificates will be issued. Otherwise, the money will be refunded. Then maintain the records of the holders. Now we're talking of secondary trans. Then they can also handle, if you're share transfer agent, transfer forms, transmission forms, nomination forms, etc. will be taken. The net worth is 50 lakhs for category 1 and category 2 is 25 lakhs. Clear till here? So this we have done with the second intermediary also, registrar and share transfer agent. Net worth is 50 lakhs if you're category 1 where you're acting as both. If you're acting as any one, the net worth is 25 lakhs. Clear till here? Then the general responsibilities are common. Now we're coming to the next intermediary, which is your underwriters. Very, very simple. Underwriters undertake to purchase the shares in case of undersubscription. Companies today want a assurance that if the public does not subscribe, and if does not subscribe the minimum subscription, minimum what we thought is required, that much is not going to be required. We keep an underwriter as a guarantor that in case if the public does not subscribe, he will subscribe. So for the company, it's very nice, it's very good to have underwriters. Now these underwriters take this responsibility for an underwriting commission. पहले underwriter try करेगा, he will try to get as many applicants so that the minimum subscription is completed. But अगर नहीं हुआ, if the minimum subscription is not reached, then the underwriter says, okay, fine, I will only purchase. Underwriter is a key element in the capital market. He states that he gives an assurance that he will take up the unsubscribed portion up to a specified limit. Underwriting is an arrangement whereby the parties assure the issuing company to take up the shares, debentures, whatever, in case the public subscription does not amount to specified levels. For underwriters, we have a regulation, underwriting regulations 1993. Then coming to banker to the issue. Now banker to the issue is a bank which is acting as a registrar to the issue. Remember? So what do? They accept the application, they decide the allotment. मिल गया, अगर रिजेक्ट हो गया तो रिफंड मिलेगा, मिल गया तो तुमको शेयर सर्टिफिकेट्स मिलेंगे एंड देन लेटर यू विल बी एंटाइटल्ड टू डिविडेंड एंड इंटरेस्ट. सो registrar to the issue and banker to the issue is very similar. This is a bank like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, which says I will also take IPO forms and give to people. Okay, so this is called as a banker to the issue. Then for them we have this regulations, banker to the issue regulation 1994. Then comes debenture trustee. Can anyone tell me under Companies Act which section deals with debentures? Can you all tell me under Companies Act which section deals with debentures? Quickly. I believe you all should know. Waiting for your response. So it is your section number 71, which talks about debentures. So debentures are like how we give shares, you get ownership. Debentures are like debts, small loans we take from the public where we give interest on that small amount. To protect the interest of investors, we have a debenture trustee. Very good. People have rightly pointed out that it's 71. So what happens? Company is here and there is an investor. Company issues, gives debentures to the investor. The investor gives funds, gives money or funds. These debentures, on this debenture, you will get interest, and on the redemption, you will get the repayment, redemption on maturity date. Yes or no? This is just like a small loan that he is given. So for example, the investor has given 1000 rupees debentures and at the rate of 10% interest. So every year, and it is for 5 years. So what happens? Every 5 years, the investor will keep getting 10% interest on the face value, and on the maturity date, even his 1000 rupees will be returned. So this is the investor. Now, these investors are actually public, from whom you are taking small amount of loans. So to protect the interest of investors, called as debenture holders, now we have a trustee, debenture trustee. This trustee is there to protect the interest of debenture holders. Very simple. Their minimum net worth has to be 10 crores if they want to act as debenture trustees. The provisions of company law with respect to section 71 and its rules will apply. The debenture trustee regulations 1993. Then talking about stockbrokers. Stockbrokers, in today's stock market, listed company, whenever you are buying or selling, you have to do it through the intervention of brokers. Yes or no? These brokers give you a platform to trade in shares. So you have Zerodha, you have Sherkan, you have many you have Grow app, if you must have heard. All these app and you have HDFC Securities. They all can act like brokers, which will help you buy and sell. Whenever there is buy and sell, they will take a certain commission, buying and selling commission to the brokers. So broker is a person who plays in the secondary market, helping both the buyers and seller to enter into transactions. A broker is a person who works along with the main. A sub-broker works under the broker. He acts on behalf of the stockbroker. No broker or sub-broker shall buy or deal unless he holds a certificate granted by SEBI. General obligations, all the general obligation, maintain accounts, preserve the accounts, appoint a compliance officer. These are all same common points for all. You give the regulation name. Then comes your internal audit of stockbrokers. Again, statutory recognition to company secretaries has been given here, that we conduct internal audits on stockbrokers. We check whether all the laws have been followed, whether they have done any violation, or all the laws applicable on them has been followed or not. So we give a half yearly report to them. So stockbrokers, SEBI has authorized a half yearly basis that we conduct the internal audit on them. Once we conduct the internal audit, the scope of the audit will be all the rules, regulations, bylaws, circulars issued on brokers. Objective of internal audit is to ensure that the brokers are maintain proper accounts, that they have proper control system, that to ascertain whether any circumstances exist which would render the intermediary unfit or ineligible, whether the provisions of the securities laws have been complied with, whether the stock exchange laws have been complied with, and to check into the complaints filed by investors. Next are portfolio managers. Now, portfolio means the total number of securities that you're holding. Today, can you all put in the chat box how many approximately shares are you all holding? Of how many different companies are you all holding? One company, two companies, zero companies. Please put in the chat box. I want to see how many shares and you have invested in how many companies. Quickly. It could be 0, it could be 10, it could be 5. Approximate range. Quickly. So I'm reading in the chat box, waiting for you to put the number of securities that you hold. So some people are saying 0, 10, etc. Okay. Now whatever are those things, that is your portfolio. But do you think Mukesh Ambani will be having that kind of portfolio? He will have so many shares. Warren Buffett, Rakesh Jhunjhunwala has a massive portfolio. To manage this portfolio, generally people have managers, portfolio managers, who see that you have proper balance of equity, debt, sectors also. So I also focus on certain sectors. When you invest, which sectors are you planning to invest in? So a portfolio manager will tell that you are heavily dependent on tech shares. Tomorrow, if the tech market crashes, the entire portfolio will drop by 20%. So have a balanced portfolio. You should have in banking companies. You should have in artificial intelligence companies like your Tata, Elxsi. You should have in industries such as FMCG goods, HUL, Nestle. So having a diversified portfolio, a balanced portfolio is very much needed. So portfolio manager ensures that you get good returns and on your portfolio. Now portfolio managers can be of two kinds. One is discretionary portfolio managers and the other one is non-discretionary portfolio managers. Discretionary मतलब क्या? एक freedom दिया है that you buy and sell. I'm giving the power to the manager, buy and sell without my consent. So they will individually and independently manage the funds according to what needs are there. So they have a freedom. Whereas in non-discretionary, I say for every trade that you do, ask me first and then do. You can trade, I'm giving you to manage, but ask me, inform me. So this becomes the portfolio manager doesn't have a discretion. Option नहीं है कुछ से ट्रेड करना. उसको पूछना पड़ेगा कि तुम्हारे पोर्टफोलियो के साथ क्या कर रहा है. Now portfolio managers के लिए we have this PMS regulations. Now we have the PMS regulations 2020. Net worth has been given is of 5 crores. minimum investment amount. So the PMS regulations 2020 provides that the portfolio manager shall not accept funds less than 50 lakhs from their clients as a minimum investment amount. So if anyone wants to hire a portfolio manager, as per the portfolio management services regulations, minimum 50 lakh rupees has to be taken to be managed. 50 लाख का तो portfolio होना चाहिए, तब तो मैं manage करूंगा. Periodic reporting by portfolio managers. Now, as per this circular 2021, portfolio managers shall submit a monthly report of their portfolio management activity on SEBI intermediaries portal within 7 working days from the end of each month. The circular shall be applicable for monthly reports to SEBI and quarterly reports to their clients for the month of April 2022 onwards. Then comes internal audit of portfolio managers. Again, every portfolio manager is required to appoint a company secretary who will conduct an internal audit. They will provide a half yearly report. It will be submitted twice a year, one on 31st March and the other one is on 31st September from the end of the half year. This report should be given to SEBI within 30 days. The scope of the internal audit will be whether all the rules, regulations, circulars have been applicable on the portfolio managers have been complied. Okay, general obligations of portfolio managers. Every portfolio manager shall abide by the code of conduct prescribed under the SEBI Portfolio Regulations 2020. The portfolio manager shall, before taking up any assignment, shall enter into a written agreement with the client so that there are no disputes, because stock market है, कुछ भी loss हो सकता है. The discretionary portfolio shall individually and independently manage the portfolio. The portfolio shall not accept from the clients of amount less than 50 lakhs to be maintained. That's a minimum investment amount. The portfolio manager shall segregate each client's holdings in a separate account. So the portfolio manager will maintain X investor separate account, Y investor separate account. The portfolio manager shall keep the funds of all the securities in a separate account. The portfolio manager shall transact in the securities within the limitation placed by the client himself. Shall not derive any direct or indirect benefit out of the client's funds. Okay. He shall not lend the securities to someone. He shall ensure proper timely handling of complaints. He shall maintain proper books. He shall have the prescribed net worth. And he shall appoint a compliance officer. So these are enough for a 5-mark pulling of the points. Then comes to the next security intermediary marketer, that is a custodian. Custodian, from the name itself, is a person who maintains the custody of things. In stock market also, there are so many documents, so many property papers, so much funds, so many physical assets that can be there, which need to be safely kept. So for this safekeeping, we have a custodian. Now, especially in case of mutual fund, where you have there are so many share certificates. They might be, mutual fund might be investing in gold, investing in commodities, investing in silver, in all those places. So we have all those physical assets. Sometimes we have, you've heard of gold loans. So when the loan is given, gold is given. So sometimes ornaments can be kept. Okay, if it is there. So safekeeping of gold related instruments can be done by the portfolio manager. They include maintaining of accounts of securities, title deeds, real estate papers, collecting the benefits which arise from it. For example, I keep the property papers with me, I keep the share certificate, and उसके ऊपर जो benefits आएगा, rent हो गया या dividend हो गया. So all those benefits arising from these instruments also, where I have to safely keep it. I have to keep the clients informed. I have to maintain a proper reconciliation record. Capital adequacy is minimum 50 crores. Regulation applicable is SEBI Custodian of Securities Regulation 1996. General obligations will be same. Then coming to investment advisor. In India, almost everyone becomes an investment advisor. They start giving investment advice. However, if you're having a commercial activity, you have to be mandatorily registered as an investment advisor. So any person who is engaged in business of providing advice to his clients, they give financial advice, wealth management advices. We've heard of all of that. So investment advice means an advice related to investing, buying, selling, dealing in the shares. However, investment advice given through newspapers, magazines, electronic, broadcasting, telecommunication, etc. to the public shall not be considered to be as investment advice for the purpose. Investment advice given through newspapers, electronic means, etc., which are widely available to the public, is not applicable. If I just give a general statement, it doesn't apply. But if I give it to specific people and take money, then it is this regulation will be applicable. This is your SEBI Investment Advisors Regulations 2013. Net worth to do this is 50 lakh rupees. Investment advisors, if you're a non-individual, it is 50 lakhs. But if you're an individual, you need to have a net tangible assets of minimum 5 lakhs. Then comes research analyst. Now, research analysts, I don't know whether you know, they prepare these charts, these research charts, and they publish these reports where they say that the stock price is going up or they going down. What will be the, they give you the resistance, the support, all these terms, that this level it will bounce back, etc. So they do research, and on basis of that research they predict what will happen and they sell their research paper. So many companies subscribe to all these research analysts to see and get the research what they are doing. So SEBI Analyst Regulations 2014 seeks to regulate research analysts who are engaged in preparation of research reports and giving opinion and recommendation concerning the security or securities. A research analyst is primarily responsible for, what does a research analyst do? So they prepare research reports, they provide research reports, they give buy, sell, hold recommendation, they give pricing targets. Highlights of the regulations: they should have a certificate, they will be valid for 5 years. A professional qualification is necessary to ensure that the investors get a proper financial advice. So there are certain examinations also that you can do, which is your CMT, Capital Market Technician, which makes you an expert in making these kind of graphs, where they have to make proper reports and give proper disclosures with respect to the conflict of interest, which can affect the quality of the research. Sometimes you can have biased reports. So all that has to be ensured. So a research analyst who is a individual should have minimum net tangible assets of 1 lakh, and a research analyst who is a company or LLP shall have a net worth of at least 25 lakhs. General obligation is always the same. Then comes your SEBI credit rating agencies 1999. Now what are credit rating agencies? Many IPOs, public issues, get rated. How we have a movie rating, that is a 5-star rating or a 4-star rating, etc. Similarly, companies also get rated, and every rating agency will have their own rating methodology. Some give grade 1, grade 2, some give AAA, some give ICRA, Moody, all of them are rating agencies. So they rate the company on basis of the credit worthiness of the company, on basis of the credit worthiness कि तुम कितना पैसे उठा रहे हो, तुम repay कर पाओगे या नहीं. So on basis of their capital adequacy, on the promoter's experience, on your past track record, on your business prospects, on basis of the risk involved in the business, on basis of all of that they will give a rating this rating becomes a guidance for investors. They will come to know exactly what it is who don't really read the balance sheet. Today, tell me one thing. If I tell you that a movie has got 4.5 stars, will you go and watch or no? And it is a very unbiased agency which is given 4.5 stars. Will you watch it or no? And conversely, in the opposite, if you have seen that the rating a company movie has got is only 1 star, would you watch that 1 star wala movie? Answer is no. So it facilitates, helps your investment decision. So credit rating is an evaluation of the credit worthiness of the company. They are an agency or an organization that are engaged in the business of rating companies. They provide a grade or a rank to them. They establish a link between the risk and the return. Everybody wants return. Some companies promise 50% return, but see the risk. Maybe it may or may not come. So that is also equally important. So these are all these credit rating agencies: CRISIL, ICRA, CARE, Fitch, Brickworks, Samrira. Internal audit, same point, half yearly. Company secretary is entitled. CACS can also do. They cover all the CRA operations, whether they manage the investor grievances, whether they complied with the requirements of SEBI, rules, regulations, bylaws, guidelines of SEBI have been complied or not. The credit rating agency shall receive a report on the internal audit within 2 months from the end of the half year. So they should get this internal audit within 2 months from the end of the half year. And the board of directors have to give a report, action taken report to SEBI within the next 2 months of what action have they done on the deficiencies pointed out by the auditor. Then comes for this we have your, the next one is your depository participants. Depository participants. Now we've seen there is a chapter called as depository also. Now there is an investor, there is a depository, and between them we have a DP, a depository participant. So investors want to hold shares. So who is a depository? A depository is an organization that holds security in electronic form. Till here it is clear. A depository is an organization that holds securities in electronic form. Now, and there are two depositories in India. Can anyone put in the chat box which are those two depositories? Very basic question. So one is your NSDL, NS. Quickly put in the chat box your NSDL, and the other one is your CDSL. Till here it is clear. So these are your two depositories which hold securities in electronic form. Now, an investor does not directly interact with the NSDL and CDSL. So he interacts with the DP, depository participant, which is a interface, interlink or intermediary between these two. So you open a demat account with a bank, which is your DP, and that DP will then contact the depository. Till here it is clear. Very good. Kushi, you've answered NSDL, CDSL. Now, so you have this depository participants. After I've explained DP, the role of DP, you can explain that. You have an entire chapter on it. Now, the video is not receiving enough video. Okay. So am I audible to you all or it is buffering? Is this clear or it is an issue or it is buffering? Am I clear? Can I move ahead? Okay, just a sec. I think I got a note. Okay. Is it clear my audio so I can quickly move ahead? No, there is no issue, sir. Perfect. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move ahead. Then comes your Foreign Portfolio Investors Regulations 2019, which is now amended also, and you have 2022 amendment covering that as well. So let's understand what is your foreign portfolio investors. Very simple. When Mark Zuckerberg also wants to maintain an Indian portfolio, he needs to have an Indian in his portfolio. He needs Indian stocks. Just like you and me would also want a foreign portfolio. I would want shares of Apple, Tesla. I would want shares of Microsoft, etc. Yes or no? Yes, similarly, foreign portfolio investors are also there who want to invest in India. So, on May 26, 2018, SEBI constituted a working group under the chairmanship of HR Khan. He is retired deputy governor of RBI. SEBI has on 23rd 19 notified the SEBI portfolio in FPI regulations 2019, thereby repealing the 2014 regulations. The objective is to simplify the compliance requirement and make a uniform policy for FPIs. The new regulations have also made for FPI and designated depository participant. So let's understand what is a foreign portfolio investor and what is this designated depository participant. So a foreigner is out here. So this is a foreign investor. He wants to invest in India, Indian company. Okay, and he will have to contact a DP, right? Depository participant. So that will then contact a depository and he can hold the shares in electronic form. Yes or no? This DP, what government has said that, see, listen, we require this DP are generally these banks or brokers only who act. So wherever you have a bank, generally that only you can open a demat account there only. So they are acting as DPs for you. They contact with NSDL, CDSL and open your demat account. Now, not all the depository participants can cater to this foreign investors. We want only certain premium banks, certain premium depository participants to touch upon these investors. So, a foreign portfolio investor is an investment by a non-resident in Indian securities holding shares, government bonds, corporate bonds. So FPI is an investment by non-residents in Indian securities where they are holding all these securities. Who's an FPI? So FPI, they have given you one word where it's a foreign investor investing. They have given you certain eligibility requirement. Obviously, if it's a foreign investor, he is not a resident of India. So when he is not a resident of India, we want him to be a resident of a country which has followed the money laundering laws. So whether he is resident of a country which has complied with the anti-money laundering laws, which has not a place which is deficient in following the plan given by Financial Action Task Force, is not a non-resident Indian, is the applicant is legally permitted to invest in the securities outside the country. So in its home country, it is allowing to invest in India. The applicant is authorized. If it's a company, the MOA and AOA allow it. They have a good sufficient track record, professionally competent and financially sound to invest in India. They have been granted a certificate by SEBI to invest in India and they are a fit and proper person. categories of FPI. So earlier, very important, it can come in your exam. Okay, so after the amendment, exam question. Okay, so earlier there were 3 categories of FPI. Now there are only 2 categories of FPI. So earlier there were 3 categories and now there are only 2 categories. The first category of FPIs are governments, government related investors, universities, pension funds, your portfolio managers, investment managers, eligible entities from Financial Action Task Force member countries. So these are all your category 1 investors. So if you are in category 1, so if you see, it's mostly the big players coming here. In category 2, they have said who are not eligible in category 1 will be covered in category 2. So example for them are individuals. An individual abroad wants to invest in category 2. But a government wants to invest will be in category 1. Pension fund category 1. University category 1. So this is all category 1. Endowment, foundations, all of this comes here. Then I told you designated depository participants. So these are depository participants who are allowed to cater to FPI. Okay, a person can act as a DDP only after getting approval from SEBI. They have to pay the prescribed fees. Eligibility criteria. So they will have to be a category 1 bank with RBI. They will be registered as a custodian registered with SEBI. They should have a multinational presence. They should have complied with the requirements of PAMLA and anti-money laundering laws. And they've got a certificate of registration as a DDP. Obligations. They have to ensure, now when you are DDP, you have to ensure that this foreign investor is not a fake individual. So he should have a PAN. So the FPI should ensure that these dubious structures which are unstructured, they have to go and do a proper KYC. FPI shall obtain a PAN, should have a compliance officer, and shall not render investment advice. Then comes your KRA regulations. I'll tell you the concept of KRA is very simple. It has brought in uniformity and the objective is a centralization of records. So moment if I give you the example, you will understand immediately. So a KRA, KYC registration agency. Earlier what happened, if you used to go to one particular agency, you used to open an account here, they used to do your KYC. An investor used to go here, KYC used to be done. Then if you wanted to open an account here in this other bank, again KYC was done by this bank. And if you wanted to open here, again KYC would be done. So there was a multiplicity of KYCs if you go to different investors. So rather, it was said that why not, moment you go to one intermediary, they will put it in a centralized manner. They will put it in a center. Now if this investor goes here, they will just take the records from this centralized database. So एक बार information centralized database में चला गया, then you go to any person, they can immediately track and take that record. This is the concept. Self-regulatory organizations are there. So these are certain NGOs that come together, industry specific can be there, and they start giving market news regarding that particular sector. So self-regulatory organization. The best example is in mutual funds, AMFI, Association of Mutual Funds in India. There is a website where it keeps giving mutual funds related information to the investors. A self-regulatory organization is an organization that exercises some degree of regulatory authority over an industry or a profession. So they are this industry specific institution. The stock exchange are regulated by SEBI, but they are registered with SROs. Objective of SRO is to provide investor protection or treat all its members in a fair manner and they should be able to manage the conflict between them. Internal audit of intermediaries by SEBI, very 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 important, because obviously company secretary will do a audit on them. So you can read it up as we've done for each one. All these intermediaries have to do a internal audit from a company secretary. So you can remember this from the exam point of view also. Role of CS, he acts as a compliance officer in all these offices. And that is it. And these case laws are there. It's not important from exam point of view. Just very simple information based case laws are there. Not expected to come in your exam. So that is it. We are done with the SEBI intermediaries regulations as well. Okay, and this is a 12 marker chapter that we've completed again. Part B chapter. Now I want you all to put in the chat box which next chapter do you want me to cover? Quickly. Okay, which next chapter? So this SEBI intermediary is now over. Which next chapter do you want me to cover? Waiting. So which is the next chapter? Or I will select by myself. So see which all we've completed. We've completed the ICDR. I told you it is there. You can check it out. SAST regulations. Okay. Then we are done. So this is the part A chapters. I'm waiting for others also to put in which is the next chapter you want me. So if you see this, so structure of Khushi is saying mutual funds. So this is for 32 marks, this chapter. We've completed with ICDR. You can check it on YouTube. Everything is done. So whichever gets the maximum votes, I'll take that. Then we've completed this chapter, which is now 12 marks. We've completed this chapter. And one more. Buyback. Okay. Just put the chapter that is pending for you. I can take it up. Delisting is not, it's a big chapter, but the weightage is less. Prefer something from a, in delisting is compulsory, delisting is only the one that comes. We can finish it off. So quickly I'm waiting for others also, anyone else who has any comments to give, which chapter to take next. Okay. Any other people want to comment? Okay. So let me discuss which chapter. So I've got recommendation for the chapter 15, takeover code, delisting, mutual funds, and buyback. Cool. So let me see which chapter should I quickly pick up. We are done with the intermediaries also. Right? Mutual fund. Okay. So maximum vote is for chapter 15. Structure of capital markets. Okay. Mutual funds. Quickly, I'm waiting. You all can keep putting which chapter do you want me to complete. Saying this is the grades in front of you. Select the ones that you want. Mutual fund. So what we'll do is, I will cover structure of capital market since it's got the maximum votes, but it will be towards the end. Takeover also, someone people are saying. Mutual fund also I can cover. So I finished this also, intermediaries chapter. Please take takeover. चलो इतना please बोलोगे तो I'll have to take over code done. I will take it up because she said please. Whenever someone says please, I have to take. Okay. So thank you. So I will take up takeover code. I will take up maximum votes for structure of capital markets. Any other chapter you want me to take up quickly? Buyback, mutual funds. So these are both are big chapters. Chapter number 6, which is that your LODR. Are you talking about LODR? Okay, so I'll tell you from exam point of view. From exam point of view, LODR is also being asked a lot. LODR is also being asked a lot. So I will take up the important questions from LODR also. I will take up the structure of capital markets. Okay, so that is it. We'll take a short break. Okay, and then we'll come back and we'll complete another chapter from part A. And then after that, one last chapter we'll do and we'll finish it off. That the last one that we will do is your structure of capital markets. That will be the last one. I think that will be the last for you and me also. It's such a big chapter. Unlimited big chapter. So one more I want to pick up and I will finish. Okay. I think if it's there, let me take up. Okay. Mutual fund. Chalo. I'll take up mutual funds right after the break. Okay. So one of this I will just quickly take it up and we'll finish it off. So we'll take a short break. It's 3 now. Yeah. Got it. So mutual fund it is. We will be taking up mutual funds. Okay. Now we will take up mutual funds. Okay. We will start it up. We will start mutual fund chapter. Okay. In at 3:30 p.m. Okay. So 3:30 p.m. we'll finish off mutual fund. Mutual fund I'll go really fast. I know you know it. Just quickly, since it's a 10 marker chapter, confirm question is there on mutual fund. So I'll take it and finish it off. Okay. So I will see you all back in the next 20 minutes. That is 3:30 and we'll finish off mutual fund. Good to go. I'll see you all at 3:30. Sorry. Okay. Now, can you all confirm in the chat box if I'm audible? I'll quickly start and finish off the mutual fund topic. It comes for around 10 marks in your examination. So 10 marks short examination question will be covering everything from mutual funds. Now, can we start? I need a thumbs up from you all, or at least in the comment section that I can start. Now audible, good to go. Let's begin with the mutual fund topic. Now before I start, let me tell you that I'll be covering the theory part from mutual fund. The practical sums of mutual fund I'm not covering now. I have prepared a separate session for all the practical questions in one place, where all the whatever exam questions have come and can come are all covered in one place in a separate this playlist that I have covered. Okay, so right now I'll be covering only the theory part and I'll be finishing it off in proper detail. Whatever theory has to come from your only. Okay, now let's start. First, let's understand the concept of mutual fund. Today, if an investor is there, he invests into the stock markets. Generally, he will get low or no returns. Okay, so when a normal investor, retail investor, invests in the stock markets, he really does not make any money. So this is the dark side of stock exchange. People want to multiply. People all look at the good side. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala and all these top notch people, and they feel that they can make a lot of money in stock market. However, the dark side of the stock market is over 90% of the retail investors lose their capital in the first 6 months. So if you start trading, if you start investing, it's very much possible that you might lose your money and not make returns. That is the real stats. Okay, so this was pretty scary information if you're planning to invest into the stock market. Let me tell you, I invest in derivatives, commodities, currencies, options, futures, everything, and I make profit. Okay, so for a person like you, if you don't have any knowledge, and many of the people don't have any knowledge of any fundamentals, etc., and they want to invest, you have to understand that you can even lose your money into the stock market. So if you have no risk appetite, tell me one thing, can you afford to lose 10 lakh rupees in the stock market? Answer is no. If you have no risk appetite, then you should consider the concept of mutual funds, and that is why there are so many ads which says mutual funds sahi hai, because you don't have enough financial information to play in the stock markets. Now, when you are here, a retail investor who doesn't have much knowledge, just like many 90% of the people around, you should not invest into the stock market directly. You should give it to an expert who makes money in the stock market. Once you invest the money, that person would know which companies to invest in, what time to invest in, which sectors are there. They are updated with the real-time information of global news and with the information with the government. So an expert is a person who has a track record of returns. Okay, they invest into the stock market. Once they invest your money, they get good returns, then they will obviously give this return back to you and charge commission for this. So this concept is somewhere called as mutual funds. Till here it is clear. Mutual fund is something giving a money to an expert and that expert investing into the money. So if you don't have much knowledge, you should never invest into the stock market. Invest in mutual funds, that's absolutely fine. Now, what are mutual fund? What are the structures of mutual fund? Now I will be starting in some time. Okay. Mutual fund is set up as a trust. Let's read the lines first, then I will tell you the concept. Is established in the form of a trust to raise money through sale of their units to the public, and once the mutual fund sell its units, they raise the money. This money will further be invested to buy securities. Whatever returns are there, it will be returned back. So graphically it looks something like this. This is how the scheme of mutual fund looks. The investors give the money to these mutual funds where there are fund managers and experts. The fund managers, which is actually the mutual fund, they pool money not only from you but from various other people like you. A normal mutual fund has around 5,000 crores of funds that they raise. Okay, 5,000 crores of funds that they raise from the public. So imagine the number and the quantum of funds that has been raised. After raising it, the mutual fund can afford to invest and hire the best fund managers who invest into the securities. Whatever returns are there are passed down to the investors after deducting certain commission of the fund managers and the mutual fund. Okay, so what is a mutual fund? Where funds are pooled together, given it to a trust, and that trust will invest into the market. Now, mutual funds, when an investor today invest in mutual fund, you can choose whether you want that mutual fund to go. There are different schemes. You can want that this mutual fund invest only in equity, or go only in debt, or go in money market instruments as government bonds, etc. Invest here, or divide these funds. These are like flexi cap where you can invest 30% of your funds in equity, 20% in debt, etc. So investor gives to the mutual funds, and the mutual fund will further invest. Whatever returns are there are passed on to the investor. Now, just before we start into this, there are mutual funds. There is a self-regulatory body in India called as AMFI. Now pay attention to what I am saying. In India, there is a NGO called as Self-Regulatory Authority with respect to mutual funds, which is called as AMFI, Association of Mutual Funds in India. So you can just log in into the mutual fund AMFI site, and you will see all the details. AMFI provides the information about all the mutual funds in India. They give the NAV, the share price basically of those mutual fund as well. They give all the which mutual fund is launching which scheme. So it is somewhere like a newspaper for mutual funds. Till here it is clear, and a lot more, but all the info related to mutual funds can be found on AMFI site. Now, the structure of the mutual fund. There are these 5 important players in the mutual fund. Let's understand. It's very, very important to understand this to understand the concept of mutual fund. Okay. These terminologies are very, very important. First, who is a sponsor? A sponsor is a person who has set up the mutual fund. Tell me, some person must have thought, like the promoter, how we have in companies, we have a promoter. Someone must have conceptualized of setting up a mutual fund. कि मैं mutual fund बनाऊंगा. We will take the initial steps for making and following all the mutual funds. So this is a sponsor. Right? Moment a sponsor is there. So this could be a promoter, kind of an intelligent real person who sets up a mutual fund. The first thing he will do, the sponsor, the first thing he will do, he will set up a trust. And he will appoint trustee. Clear? What he will do first? He will set up a trust. So mutual fund is set up as a trust. This trust is and the trustees are there to protect interest of unit holders, also called as investors. Like all these common people who we are giving the money to protect us, there are these trustees appointed. That's the main purpose of this trustee. Clear till here? Once the trustees are there to protect the investors, the sponsor is there, then the next step he will do, he will set up a company, asset management company. He will set up a asset management company called as AMC. Now what does a AMC do? So we sponsor, set up the trust, now we'll set up a company. In a mutual fund, there will be IPO. IPO here is called as a NFO, new fund offer. They will go launch it to the unit holders, to the public, etc. Okay. So it's a company which will manage the assets of the mutual fund. The NFO is like an IPO, new fund offer. You get the money. That will be the total assets that the mutual fund had is called as assets under management, AUM. AUM is a total funds, total security that the mutual fund has at the moment. So let's say if a mutual fund has made an NFO and has raised 5,000 crores. So the AUM, assets under management, will be 5,000 crores. This company will have to appoint a company secretary as a compliance officer to check what all schemes are they launching and whether it is proper or not. Now where to invest they don't know. So this company will further invest the fund manager, fund expert as well, who will select and which companies to invest in, which sectors to invest in. Now the registrar and share transfer agent. So once the company is set up, people will buy the funds, then there will be a registrar and share transfer agent. There will be trading of shares, etc. Whenever a mutual fund invests in gold or all those gold related instruments, then there might be so many physical assets, property that they could invest in. So all those, to maintain that, you have a custodian. Is it clear? Is the structure clear of mutual fund as of now? Yes or no? I need you all to put in the chat box whether it is clear or no. Clear? So HDFC Bank can have HDFC Bank AMC. Then you see all these, they're all AMCs. Okay. Here we can have the registrar share transfer agents. Two famous RTAs are CAMPS and Carvi. Any kind of launch you see, it is these two registrar and share transfer agents are there. Clear? Then, okay, clear, great. Now we have regulators. SEBI is the regulator for everything that is happening in the stock market. Okay, and AMFI, as I told you, the SRO, the self-regulatory organization, is there. Its website is www.amfiindia.com. All 44 AMCs are members. How many AMCs are there? Asset management companies. They are all members of AMFI. Okay, the AMFI recommends and promotes the best management practices and code of conduct for mutual fund. It disseminates, provides the information with respect to mutual fund. Okay, if you go to see the history of mutual funds in India, which was the first company that had launched mutual funds in India? So SBI, first, the mutual fund industry began in 1963 with the formation of Unit Trust in India, initiated of the government and RBI. Then came SBI Mutual Fund, which became a first non-governmental mutual fund, the first non-UTI mutual fund in India. And after that, there are a total of 44 AMCs or fund houses in India. Clear till here? Now, quickly going to the part that comes in the exam, they have asked, there are different schemes mutual funds can have. So one is an open-ended scheme and the other one is a close-ended scheme. Very, very, very simple, but this is also asked in the exam. So this is an exam question. Okay, what is open-ended funds and what are close-ended funds? Now, in close-ended funds, understand, once the issue is done, IPO is brought. In IPO is for companies, NFO is for mutual fund. So once a NFO has been issued, certain securities have been issued, that's it. No new securities will be issued under that scheme. If it's a close-ended scheme, what has been launched, what has been raised is done. Khatam. वहां पे closed है. More securities will not be issued. Neither will we sit to buy back. You want to sell it on the stock market. We will not buy back. Okay. What is a close-ended fund? From the name itself, is there an option to issue more units? Answer is, it is closed. Is there to take back any units? Answer is, that is also closed. You cannot do. So it is fixed. The number of units issued is fixed, will be fixed till the maturity date. Clear till here? Close-ended schemes have a fixed maturity date. Units are issued at the time of initial time. Those units will only redeem. Close-ended units are mandatorily set up to provide an exit route before the maturity, are sold and traded on the stock exchange. So close-ended mutual funds are traded on the stock exchange because the mutual fund house will not buy back. In case if I have sold and it has a 3-year maturity, before 3 years don't come to me. I am not launching nor I am buying back. You go sell it on the stock market as you want. So these are traded on the stock market. Okay. Now if the NAV is the value is there. The stock NAV is, for example, is rupees 10. Right now the NAV of the stock is 10, but you cannot come to the fund house to sell. You will have to sell it on the stock market. So on the stock market it can trade for 10, it can trade for 8, it can trade for 11 also. So depending on what the market expectation is with respect to that scheme. Okay, so there will be there a close-ended scheme is where your investment is locked for a specified period of time. You can subscribe to the close-ended scheme only during the NFO and redeem only when the tenure of the scheme is over. Till here it is clear. Now coming to open-ended scheme. Open-ended is very simple and very easy. It is open for redemption and issue. The fund house, the company, mutual fund can issue more units in that scheme and redeem more units also. So today, if I want, I say that I had purchased 12 units. I say I want to sell it. So I go to the mutual fund house only. At the NAV, I sell it to the mutual fund. So mutual fund is ready to buy back also. So it is open for the investor for investment and redemption are always open. So it is not necessary that it will be traded. You don't have to trade only. There is a buyer standing. Mutual fund is ready to buy. So why will I go and trade? So these are generally not listed. Are most common today. You like close-ended or open-ended? You tell me. You like close-ended or open-ended? Today you invested in the stock market and tomorrow you need a lot of money. Then so you would say I want liquidity. मैं जब भी चाहूँ बेच सकता हूँ mutual fund को, तो I'll prefer that only. So people prefer open-ended. Okay, they do not have any lock-in period. So because of that, the mutual fund is not getting to use that money. So the return given in open-ended is lesser than close-ended. Okay, so mutual fund schemes, it can be open-ended or close-ended. Open-ended scheme can be purchased on any transaction day, can be redeemed on any transaction day, whereas close-ended only during NFO and this only during maturity, redemption only during maturity. This is highly liquid. Highly liquid मतलब क्या? जब भी चाहिए मैं अपना in cash कर सकता हूँ. I can sell my securities and get it. This has low on liquidity because obviously mutual fund is not going to buy. I have to find in the market, and in market I might have to do a distress sale. ठीक है. Then comes what is the difference between a regular plan and a direct plan. See, a regular plan, first from the name itself, direct plan means what? You are dealing with the mutual fund directly, mutual fund house directly. There is no agent in between. Here there is a mutual fund distributor in between. So since there is a distributor, so he will take his commission. So for the investor, which will be more expensive, where he will have to pay more cost, in direct plans or in regular plan? I want you to message in the chat box. Investor will find it cheaper and less costly in direct plan or in regular plan. Which will be more costly? Is more costly, direct or regular plan? I want you to put in the chat box. I'm waiting for that. See, here what is happening, the distributor is there, he's taking his commission, so for me it is more expensive. Going directly is cheaper because there is no agency or commission that is involved. But then why there are regular plans? फिर लोग लेंगे ही क्यों regular plan? Normally what happens, people today don't have much knowledge, okay, and they don't know there are so many schemes. They will get confused. They say I don't know. They will say you only suggest to me. So they hire these services of mutual fund distributor. Mutual fund distributor will ask you your needs, will see at your risk appetite, will look at your age, will ensure that your risk, whatever you want, whether you should go for growth funds, which fund you should go to. They will suggest which is the best option for you from so many financial instruments. For that they are taking the money. For that they are taking the money. So therefore regular plans are also there because they give some advisory, and from it is possible you don't have much knowledge and you pick up a wrong plan in the direct plan. So that might not be according to your needs. So that's why you hire an expert who's a mutual fund distributor. Clear? Now mutual fund plans can be regular or direct. Regular plan sold through a distributor, higher expense is there in this due to the commission of the distributor. This gives you potentially low returns because you are paying commission on it. Direct plan sold directly, lower expense ratio, higher, low expense, high income, obviously. Now coming to the various schemes that mutual funds are there. Now mutual fund, when it is there, they keep launching different scheme to cater different kind of people. कोई लोग अच्छे रहते हैं, कोई लोग खराब होते हैं, कोई लोग का माइंड कैसा रहता है, तो जिसका जैसा इंटरेस्ट है उनके लिए एग्जैक्ट बनाते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, समवन विल वांट फिक्स्ड इनकम, समवन विल वांट ग्रोथ, समवन विल वांट मिक्सचर, so someone will want to invest in real estate, someone will like gold, so like that, someone will like high risk. So according to that, the schemes have been made by the mutual fund. This scheme, the scheme, you can very well make out what is the scheme about. From the scheme you can see what it is related to. So this scheme provides income oriented, it provides fixed income to the investor. So fixed income, they will take your money, put in FD, put in certain debt funds where you get continuous income. So these schemes are debt oriented mutual funds which mainly invest in fixed income securities. Growth oriented mutual funds target growth, so they will invest in share market, in equity, etc. So here the investors who want higher growth facility will come here. So they might be having good source of income, they want rapid capital appreciation, will go for growth oriented. Hybrid is a mixture, someone will say thoda iska lo, thoda uska. Mutual fund scheme say 50-50, 70-30, as per that they will launch schemes. High growth, higher the returns, higher will be the risk. Capital protection oriented schemes. Now these kind of schemes, again very simple, they are schemes for risk averse investors. जो भी इन्वेस्टर्स को रिस्क से डर लगता है बट फिर भी मार्केट में जाना है, उनके लिए कैपिटल प्रोटेक्शन ओरिएंटेड स्कीम. सो देयर ऑब्जेक्टिव इज कैपिटल प्रोटेक्शन. थोड़ा फिक्स में डाल देंगे तो आ रहा है, जो भी एक्स्ट्रा रिटर्न आया उसके साथ में हम लोग रिस्क ले सकते हैं, बट ओरिजिनल कैपिटल प्रोटेक्टेड रहना चाहिए. So in this scheme, the capital is invested in mutual funds through suitable oriented portfolio structures. So we try to protect the capital by diversifying the portfolio, diversifying the sectors, and we choose the right stocks for them. Tax saving schemes. So many times, this is investing in certain high salaried employees always prefer to invest in ELSS, equity linked saving scheme. If you invest there, you get a tax deduction, tax rebate मिल जाता है. So people go for this ELSS scheme. So this scheme is there which will invest in ELSS. Special schemes are there. Special scheme where I can invest in Nifty Bs. I don't know whether, tell me, message me whether you know Nifty Bs, Gold Bs you've heard of. So I trade and I invest in Nifty Bs, Gold Bs. These are all index stocks. These schemes attempt to replicate the performance of a particular index. So these are index funds. So if you don't know, just research on, right now is your exam, so don't do that. Nifty Bs. I'll tell you what happens. When I invest in Nifty Bs, whatever is a return of Nifty, it is a index, okay? NSE का index है. तो जो भी Nifty में मिलेगा वो मुझे मिलेगा. Next, real estate funds. Real estate funds invest in real estate. Offshore invest abroad. Leverage funds invest in, they borrow money, they have a lot of borrowings, and from borrowings they invest, so they become high risk. Hedge funds, they invest in derivative transaction, high risk, high return is what they do, speculative trading. Funds of funds, these are mutual funds which invest in other mutual funds. New direction funds will invest in newer technologies, something which is bringing, for example, artificial intelligence, renewable energy. See the price of Tesla. It was a new generation fund, how fast it grew. Then see the price of Adani Greens has grown, anti-pollution, anti-oceanology, all of that. Next, if we see exchange traded funds. Now, exchange traded funds is when you invest on, like as we see Nifty Bs. These are more tax efficient. Government gives a lot of tax benefits. Are something that is done to get tax benefits. Money market mutual fund. These mutual funds will invest in the money market. Infrastructure debt scheme. These funds will invest in infrastructure companies' debt instruments. So they will invest in debentures of mutual funds. Then they've given you advantages of mutual funds. Now advantages of mutual funds have come multiple times in the exam. Very, very simple. Lower cost, high return, better diversification, better professional management, better administration, good liquidity. You can get your money faster, and transparency. You come to know where all the mutual fund has invested. So this is how like a diversified portfolio looks. So you can choose to diversify in IT. So you can choose the top companies from here. If you want to invest in banking, you can choose the top of companies from here. So you can choose one stock from each sector. You will get a diversified portfolio. Now, risk involved in mutual fund. Now, obviously, this is investing in stock market. So there is risk. One is a volatility risk. Volatility risk is when the prices keep fluctuating. We saw in the COVID, the market price crashed. So we saw due to the war, if there is an international war, Russia, Ukraine, market price crash. So even mutual funds are subjected to risk due to micro and macro factors. Credit risk, if the the issuer in which the mutual fund invested couldn't repay the money, so there is a credit risk. Liquidity risk is when some mutual funds have a close-ended scheme, have fixed maturity. Before that, I can't get the money back. Concentrated risk, sometimes mutual fund have invested in some company and in that company only there is a crash. So due to the too much concentration in few stocks or sectors can also be very risky. Inflation risk is when the returns of the mutual fund could not give larger return than the inflation. So that risk also we have. Risk involved in mutual funds are there. Excessive diversification, too much concentration on blue chips, poor planning, underperformance in comparison to peers. So you got 20% but others got 25%. So all this is there. Unresearched investment. Fund managers are not accountable for poor results. If अगर fund manager return नहीं दे पाए, couldn't give you the return, इससे मैंने तो तुमको बोला था, why did you invest? Then eligibility for criteria for registration of mutual funds. If you want to set up a mutual fund, you should have a proper sound track record. The sponsor should have a good track record to set up a mutual fund. He should be carrying on business for at least, when they say a sound track record means what? He should have been carrying financial services business for at least 5 years. Net worth should always be positive in all the 5 years. Net worth is more than the capital contribution of the sponsor in the asset management company. The net worth in the immediate preceding year is more than the capital contribution of the sponsor in the asset management company. His net worth has increased. Sponsor has profits after providing for depreciation, etc., and is a fit and proper person. Now, this is not important. Now, this is one important line. They are not asked in the exam, but a sponsor is required to contribute at least 40% of the net worth of the AMC. So the sponsor has to contribute at least 40% of the net worth of the AMC. तो sponsor, promoter का खुद का पैसा लगना चाहिए कम से कम 40% of the net worth of the AMC. And ahead it comes, whenever he is launching any scheme also, minimum 1% he has to buy of that scheme also. Provided that any person who holds, now this is called as a deemed sponsor. Concept of deemed sponsor. Provided that any person who holds 40% is deemed to be a sponsor. अगर उसका 40% है, it will be deemed that he is a sponsor. He should not be guilty of fraud or convicted for moral turpitude. You have to appoint custodian to maintain the assets of the mutual funds. So this is the eligibility criteria for registration of mutual funds. Then comes key players in mutual funds. As they have repeated it again, sponsor, he is an influential investor having a good financial track record. He has to contribute at least 40%. Asset management companies, the companies are under the Companies Act with the object of managing the funds and the assets of the mutual funds. Then the trustees have to enter into a trust deed that they will protect the interests of the unit holders. Now, as we have shareholders in company, those who invest in the company are called as shareholders. Those who invest in the mutual fund are called as unit holders. Then there are three market intermediaries. We saw custodian, we saw registrar and share transfer agents, and we saw depositories. So depositories are, nowadays we can have holding mutual fund units you can buy through online also. So anything online that you are doing, it is a depository you will maintain. Now coming to the next thing, which is the offer document. We are coming to the next thing, which is called as the offer document. Now the offer document in mutual funds, have you heard of that wherever they say read the offer document carefully, subject to the market risk. So read the offer document. They're telling you to read an offer document. What is there in an offer document? So a offer document is generally has three parts. Okay, one is your SID, SI, and KIM. KIM. Okay, so scheme information document. SID, when they tell you, it is the information about the scheme. So scheme information, details of the scheme will be given. In SAI, information is given, but not of the scheme, but of the fund house. For example, if we have, I had invested in Parag Parikh mutual fund. In that, I invested in growth scheme. So one is about the scheme. I will get in SID. But who is Parag Parikh mutual fund? His fund house information I will get in SI. And if a person is very lazy, doesn't want to read SID or nor he wants to read SI, then he will read KIM. KIM is a summary of SID and SI. Clear till here? Okay, it is a this. Then a fact sheet contains all the basic facts about the NAV, AUM, expense ratio, etc. Past details, etc. All the facts and the performance. Then comes assets under management. What are assets under management? Let's see. It starts with a mutual fund. A mutual fund first making a NFO, a IPO. It will raise the funds. Once the funds are there, it will be called as assets under management, 5,000 crores. Let's say mutual fund has got 5,000 crores. The mutual fund will buy securities, shares. This 5,000 crores shares they bought, it became 6,000 crores. So the assets under management will now be 6,000 crores. So with that money, the securities, the cash, everything is called as assets under management. So bigger the AUM, bigger is the fund house. So assets under management is a total market value of the assets of a mutual fund managed by the scheme on a particular date. Periodic AUM is available. KYC is done just to know of the investors. If you open the demat account, KYC is done. Okay, and there are KYC regulatory agencies also, CAM, CDSL, etc. From which if you just uploaded in one agency, you uploaded the information, any other agency can directly pull out because your information is put in a centralized body, common pool में आ जाता है. Then comes foreign account tax compliance. This is also not important, but this is with respect to USA. USA has said that if there is any foreign national, USA, any US citizen who is investing in India into Indian mutual funds, then the Indian mutual fund has to report telling that, see, XYZ, Mr. is your citizen is holding in our company. So that what is USA doing? It is coming to know globally where their investors are in or where their citizens are investing. So this requires all financial institutions, including Indian mutual funds, to report financial transaction of US persons and entities in which US person holds a substantial ownership. तो कहीं पे भी big ownership है, we have to invest there. Reason is to track their financial steps and prevent tax evasion. All the details, country of birth, citizenship, residence, etc. will be given. For non-individual investors means companies. You have to find the ultimate beneficial owner has to be provided. So let's understand, let me explain what it is. If there is a company which is investing in a mutual fund, okay, now we know that there is a US citizens involved. So what is happening? The mutual fund is saying that XYZ company, but they say no. Go back till we find an individual. This is a company. Go back into the owner. Who is the owner? So they say there is another holding company. They say no, go back. Who is it? So they say another company. They say no, go back. Ultimately, they will come to the main substantial beneficial owner. Always will be an individual who is ultimately holding. So we don't want individuals to hide behind the face of a company. We want to know कि भाई company के पीछे main individual कौन है जिसके shares है. Clear? Now, modes of holding. You can hold single, or sometimes you can have a joint, or survivor or joint. In either or, any of the applicant can make transaction buy sell. In joint, both the applicants' signature is there. Normally, just like when you buy shares, you also give a nomination. Here also you can give up to 3 nominees who after your death will be entitled to the shares. Then comes systematic investment plan, SIM, SIP. Now SIP is a regular per month deduction that is done, or a fixed time is provided when a money will be auto debited and given to the mutual fund to be invested into the stock market. So with this what happens, SIP is the best thing because तुम एक साथ नहीं डाल रहे हो पैसे, थोड़े थोड़े हर month डाल रहे हो. So allows an investor to invest a fixed monthly amount regularly in the mutual fund scheme, typically an equity mutual fund scheme. So nowadays what happened, people, moment a child is born, this guy is born, his parents will make a SIP for him of maybe 2000 per month. They keep making, and when he is 18 years old, they can give him maybe 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs to him. Now coming to NAV, just like there is a share price. Now understand, in companies and in mutual fund. In company we have shareholders, here we have unit holders. In company we call it as shares, here we call it as units. In company we call it as share price, here we call it as NAV. So what is a share price? Market price for a company, market price for a mutual fund is called as a NAV. This NAV, they have given you how to calculate the NAV. So as we know, whether the NAV is gone up or down, you will come to know whether the mutual fund has performed well or it has not covered well. The performance of a specific mutual fund is denoted by a NAV. NAV is the market value of the securities held by the mutual fund. They have given you a very simple formula to calculate the NAV. It is a net asset value divided by the total number of shares. Now in your exam, there is a confirmed 110% confirmed question on NAV. Compute the NAV. Okay. For this, I have taken a separate session for the NAV and all the practical questions of SLCM for the securities market. A separate playlist is there. Okay. So be in the Telegram group which is there. If you need any help, let me know. Okay. So right now I'm not going into the practical part and into the dates, etc. So these are all the sums which are there, which definitely come in the exam. You should know. Now, right now I'm covering only the theory part. Then comes expense ratio. Now, the expense ratio is, now obviously mutual funds are not working for free. If they give you a return, they will also take their expenses. Their expenses is a fees charged by the mutual fund to manage your money is called as expense ratio. Higher the expense ratio, lesser will be the return of the investor. But obviously we don't mind paying higher expense ratio because this money is used to buy or used to get the best asset managers, the best fund managers, the best team, the best staff, the best tools. Fees paid to all these people, asset management expenses, commission expenses, etc. All of this is covered in the expense ratio. Listing fees, for deposit fees, taxes, selling expenses, etc. Then comes holding period return. Very, very simple in sums also. How much return have you got over a period of time? So this is also very simple sum which is there. Extremely simple. Okay. If you don't know the sums, please let me know. I have made a separate playlist also where all the sums are there, all the advanced level, all in one place, and you will find it so simple that you can score maximum marks in it. Okay. Then now once they come to this mutual fund regulations overview, there will be a lot of repetition and it is not important from here because till above it was important which comes in the exam. They repeat everything, only which is important I will take. All of this is being repeated. You want, you can read it. We've done this before. Eligibility criteria for mutual funds important. Now this is important again. This is not come in the exam but still. Now norms for shareholding and governance in mutual funds. This can come. Now no sponsor shall directly or indirectly have 10% or more shareholding rights in an asset management company. If the sponsor is having shareholdings of more than 10%, then we feel it will not good. Let the investors be in control. The promoters will otherwise use it for their benefit only. And shall not have representation on the board, shall have representation on the board of the asset management company. So no sponsor shall have more than 10% or a representation on the board of directors of the AMC. Any shareholder having more than 10% shareholding in the asset management company shall not have directly or indirectly 10% in any other mutual fund. Any other mutual fund. So if a shareholder is having in one AMC, then he should not have more than 10% in another AMC. Okay, all of this is not important from exam point of view, not come. This you can mark it as important, it can come in your exam, which is the disqualification. Disqualification from being appointed as a trustee. So a mutual fund shall appoint a trustee, okay, as per these regulations. A person shall not be eligible to be appointed as a trustee unless he is a person of integrity, standing, is not found for moral turpitude, not convicted for an economic offence, has furnished the details given under Part C. No asset management company, no director shall be eligible to be appointed as a trustee of any mutual fund. So we want loyalty. No asset management company and no director shall be eligible to be appointed as a trustee of any mutual fund. Abhi tum ho, you already have one big post, you cannot be as a trustee of another mutual fund. Now all this I'm not saying is important from exam point of view. No person who is appointed as a trustee shall be eligible to be appointed as a trustee in any other mutual fund. Again, loyalty. You are there in one key post, don't take another job. 2/3 of the trustees shall be appointed as an independent person and shall not be associated with the sponsor with any time whatsoever. 2/3 of the trustees shall be independent person. The trustees have to be unrelated. Only then they will work for the benefit of the this and not be associated with the sponsor. Common sense. Approval of the SEBI for appointment of trustee. Again, this is the sequence. Sponsor will appoint the trustee. The trustee works in the AMC. The AMC will launch the schemes and then there are investors. So not important. Constitution of and management of the asset management company and custodian. Now this I'm going fast since it's not very important. Appointment of an AMC. The sponsor if so authorized by the trustee, shall appoint an asset management company which has been approved. Now common sense hai, this entire mutual fund is dependent on an asset management company. So there will be appointment of AMC, yes or no? The sponsor shall appoint an asset management company to manage the funds of the AMC. Eligibility criteria for appointment of AMC. Now, it should have a sound track record, should be a fit and proper person. The directors of the asset management company should have adequate professional experience. They should have not been found guilty of moral turpitude. The board of directors of the asset management company, at least 50% shall be independent directors, shall not be associated with anyone else. 50% should be disconnected. Chairman of the asset management company is not a trustee of any other mutual fund. We want loyalty. Then after appointing AMC, common sense, sponsor will appoint AMC. Then he will also appoint custodian, as we saw. Then you have a agreement also with them. Schemes of mutual fund. Now again, this is not very important, but it can come. Now, if today, when you are working in a asset management company secretaries are working in AMCs. This AMC launches scheme. So, what is the procedure for launching of scheme? According to you, what it is? क्या होगा? SEBI का approval लेना पड़ेगा कि नहीं? For launching the scheme, common sense, that's the first thing. So, you have to take approval of SEBI. Then there will be an offer document. In that offer document, all the disclosures will be given. You have to pay the minimum filing fees. I told you, sponsor always has to invest at least 1% of the scheme. Sponsor shall invest not less than 1% of the total amount of the scheme or 50 lakh rupees, whichever is less. The listed entity which intends to list the units of the scheme shall obtain an in principle approval of the stock exchange, shall execute an agreement with the stock exchange. The listing of close-ended, remember close-ended scheme, mutual fund will not buy from you. You want selling on the stock market. So the listing of close-ended scheme is mandatory and they should be listed on a recognized stock exchange within 6 months from the closure of the subscription. Now, can you convert an open-ended scheme into close-ended and close-ended into open-ended? Obviously, if the unit holders are agreeing, what is your problem? So, units of the close-ended may be converted into open-ended with the consent of the majority of the unit holders. If close-ended have a fixed tenure khatam ho gaya, I say rollover, just taken for 1 more year. So, that rollover can also be done by passing a resolution. You can wind up on the redemption date unless it is rolled over. Conduct of mutual funds. It is very simple but important also. Mutual fund, how they have to conduct themselves. So excessive concentration or in one stock they should avoid. They should not be organized in the interest of the sponsors. It shall ensure that they disseminate the information to everyone. They ensure that you have a proper different schemes, different bank accounts. The investment should be made in accordance with the investment strategy stated in the offer document. High standards of integrity, fairness should be followed. AMC shall not make any exaggerated statement. Paisa double. That is not allowed. You cannot make such high exaggerated statements. A half yearly report shall be furnished to SEBI by the member. Then comes to the code of conduct. So this is important. Code of conduct of mutual funds. Advertisement code of conduct. Now advertisement to dekha hoga. Have you seen any mutual fund advertisement? I want you to put in the chat box. Have you seen any mutual fund advertisement? Yes. So in that you must have noted they always make a disclaimer. It's subject to the market risk. Read the offer document carefully, etc. Okay. So here it is, because of these regulations, mutual funds are subject to market risk. Read the or offer document carefully. It has to be stated. It's a code of conduct for mutual funds. Then they are saying they have to give a standard. It should be for a certain time period. It should contain 14 words, at least 5 seconds maybe there. It should be clear and understandable. What happens? Sometimes they talk really fast. Mutual funds is subject to document like this. They're saying you're going too fast because that started happening. So then they said you can go maximum 14 words in 5 seconds. Can be considered clear and understandable. Then they say that it should be true, clear, complete. This should not be misleading. Shall not form no celebrities. You'll never see a celebrity endorsing mutual funds. Not allowed. Okay, because people get influenced. Here we want unbiased. No advertisement shall be made to discredit other advertisements or make unfair comparisons. Normally, today, in order to uplift yourself, people try to bring down others. That is not good. That is not a good code of conduct given even for mutual funds. Advertisement should not be designed so as to make it misunderstanding or disguise the significance of any statements. Sometimes you cannot make double meaning, on the lines, confusing statements for your own benefit. Restriction on investment by mutual fund. A scheme shall not invest 10%, more than 10% of a NAV in debt instrument issued by a single user. Very good restriction. एक ही जगह पे पूरा पैसा कॉन्सेंट्रेट करके अगर वो डूब गया तो तुम्हारा फंड पूरा डूब जाएगा. डाइवर्सिफाई करना इंपॉर्टेंट है. इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट टू डाइवर्सिफाई. Then a mutual fund shall not invest in unlisted debt instruments. Mutual fund shall not own more than 10% of one company carrying rights. So this you can read. Point number 3, please understand what does it mean. This one, right? Mutual fund shall not own more than 10% of a company's paid up capital carrying rights. So let's say if I am investing in Reliance, there is a mutual fund. The maximum that a mutual fund can invest in Reliance is 10%. Clear till here? So these are some restrictions that they've given. Just a few points you can remember. The transfer of investment from one scheme to another shall be done only at the prevailing market price. Cricketers are not celebrities. Now the definition of celebrity is not defined. Anyone can be a celebrity. Okay. So buy and purchase by all mutual fund shall be made on basis of the deliveries. This one point. So just a few points for this you can take. So don't invest too much time here on this part. Mutual fund shall not invest more than 10% in REITs and investment trusts and more than 5% in the units of REITs and this issued by a single issuer. So if a mutual fund wants to invest in infrastructure investment trust or a real estate investment trust, for one issuer is max 5% and overall limit is 10%. So mutual funds can invest in ADRs, equity, foreign debt, money market instruments, government securities, derivatives, short-term deposits, etc. Mutual fund cost. So this very small short you can remember. Obviously, operating cost is the day-to-day expenses, salary, rent, etc. Sale charges are the buying and selling commissions which are there. Believe it's over. Yeah. code of conduct wala third point. 1 second. So like this, each one they won't ask you like that. Okay, so you don't have to go into so much detail. 1 second. Where is it? So let's see the code of conduct. Wala third point. The excessive concentration of business with the broking firm should be avoided. Common sense है. अभी एक म्यूचुअल फंड है, okay, they can engage certain firms, okay, broking firms, they can have some demat accounts, etc. Okay, when they are doing so, only one excessive concentration of business with one firm should be avoided. They shouldn't. So क्या होता है, public का पैसा, you raise so much money with someone and then you connect with only one person, so it seems that it could be raise questions impartiality related. So then therefore they are saying all these broking firms and these advisory firms, you don't have to have full dependence on any one person. Now this is not like a law, it's just a code of conduct, that it is a advice that don't just depend on one firm for a long time. Okay, so in LODR also they haven't given much, but chapter 9 of SEBI LODR applies to asset management companies whose asset units are listed on the stock exchange. The submission of document, the listed entity shall intimate to the recognized stock exchange the information on a relating to the daily NAV, monthly portfolio, half yearly portfolio of the schemes as per the mutual fund regulations. The dissemination of all of this should be done on the company's website also. These case laws currently not important. Okay, so that is it. We are done with the mutual fund part and all the questions with respect to that. Now, okay, so you can expect the questions will be raised. These are all the past exam questions also that we've gone through. Now is time for another important chapter to be picked up, and I think we are taking all the big chapters, 30-40 marker chapters. So let me just take you to this part. Okay, so we are done with mutual funds also. Mutual funds covered. Let's see what all is covered. So we've covered 12 marks. We've covered mutual fund, another for 10 marks. We've covered another thing which is for share based employee benefits, which is for 12 marks, which is again become a very important chapter. Now only from here I've also covered ICDR regulations. ICDR regulations, please YouTube ICDR regulations CS executive, my video will pop up among the first page. Okay, so you can watch that ICDR, it's exactly exam oriented. Now we just have in part A chapters, I think I've covered everything. Only the structure of capital market is left. Structure of capital market is left. Okay, so this is also, I think we will start with the structure of capital markets next. Fine? Is it okay? Structure of capital markets we will be starting next. Clear till here? But this we will start, we will take a break and we'll start it at SAST regulations. Just a sec. Now only thing is, if we take takeover also, chapter 15 is really big and it is for 32 marks. See, takeover is there, 10 marks, but this is for 32 marks. So, and it is a part B chapter, so I don't want to waste time for that. Okay, so that is a more important chapter. I have to cover that first. Okay, so we will take a break, but this will be another break and we'll continue. So we'll start with the last the chapter number 14, which is your structure of capital market. Clear? This will be the last chapter that we'll be covering in the marathon because it's also the biggest. It will take a lot of time to finish this chapter. Clear? So this is the structure of the capital markets we will be starting. Which chapter in your module it is? Chapter 14, right? Chapter 14 or 15? So we will be covering your structure of capital markets, 32 marks. Clear till here? But we will start it aram se. You can take a break and come. We will start it out. We will start it around 15th. Okay, great. So we'll start this. We need a break. We'll start it at 7 p.m. Is this okay? Or should I shorten it? So you all can revise up till now whatever is there, then in one stretch we'll finish it off. Is this okay? Quickly we can finish. Seven is too long, right? Think. Okay, 7 is fine. So then we return back at 7. Okay, and we'll cover the capital structure, chapter 15, structure of capital markets. I will go through the past exam questions also for this, which is here. Okay, so I have my SLCM scanner. We'll go to the 15th chapter. We'll also see the past exam question. 32 marks, you cannot risk it. Okay, and if you all have difficulty in the sums, please message in the chat box, etc. I can, the playlist, if you all want, let me know for the practical questions also. Okay, so this is the exam questions which we will go through and check. So I have put it, or I have put it on YouTube also, but I will also share it. Let me finish off with the session, and we'll figure it out how to give it to you all. Okay. So now we take a break and we come back at 7. So let me just end it on this. Okay. Take care, guys. Thank you. Hi guys, am I audible to you all? Hi guys, am I audible to you all? I need you all to message right now. We'll be completing. Hmm. Hi guys, am I audible to you all? Right now we'll be completing lesson number 15, structure of the capital markets, the biggest and the most highest weightage chapters. This is comes in the exam for around 30 marks including the options. Okay, so be prepared. We'll be doing this. Be okay, completely audible and visible. Please confirm that, and then we start. We'll finish it in one go. Okay. Okay, great. Great. So we will be starting with this chapter. I want you all to keep a book, pen, and I'm doing it from the study material of the institute so that we don't leave anything, no stone untold. No stone, no stone should be left unturned. We will complete everything in detail, including the past exam questions. Okay, so let's begin with this chapter. And just let's see what is the exam weightage of this chapter. Great. So the exam weightage, and I'm also going to complete the amendment sheet, what it is there for this particular chapter. Okay, there is a particular amendment sheet also for this chapter. There is one small little amendment in this chapter. I'm covering that as well. Okay. Okay, great. So let's go. Let's start. Okay, so you all need to participate with me. Try to answer as much as possible with me. Okay. So now let's start with lesson 15, the structure of the capital markets. One of the most weighted chapter in your entire ICSI module. First, when we start, they start off explaining the financial sector of India. How does it operate? Okay. So the financial market in India. We know all the financial structures, all the financial products are mainly available on the stock market. On stock market, we can buy shares, we can buy debentures, etc. Now, the Indian financial market is one of the oldest across the globe. Okay, the history of the Indian stock market is way back more than 200 years old. Okay, now the oldest stock exchange in India is the Bombay Stock Exchange, one of the world's largest in terms of trading turnover. And Indian financial market is one of the most well developed markets in the world. Now talking about the Bombay Stock Exchange. In 1875, the in Bombay, after almost 80 years, the BSE became the first stock exchange to be recognized by the Indian government on 31st August 1975. BSE is the world's seventh largest stock exchange, having a market capitalization of $2.8 trillion. Now, what is the function of any financial market in the world? In USA, you have Nasdaq, NYSE. In India, you have the NSE, BSE. Same way in London Stock Exchange is there, etc. So what do these financial markets do? So today when I have a lot of savings, I must be working somewhere, I must be doing business, I must be having excess funds. जब ये एक्सेस पैसा आता है तो हम लोग को कहीं पे इन्वेस्ट करना रहता है. वी नीड टू इन्वेस्ट समवेयर. या तो बैंक में आप इन्वेस्ट करोगे, either you will invest in a bank or you will invest in the stock market or you will invest in some business, etc. So what is happening? You have excess funds, you want to invest, you want to give it to someone, and on the other side there is someone who is in need of money. So the financial market connects both the people. So it is a manner of turning your savings into more productive usage. Okay, here it is, the share prices can go up and down, the prices of securities go up and down on basis of demand. If any stock has lot of demand, its price will keep on going, and if the stock doesn't have much demand, the price will keep falling. It provides liquidity to the tradable assets, as the investors can readily sell their securities. अभी आज के stock market में देखोगे, in today's stock market, you can buy and sell immediately. So this means there is a lot of liquidity in the stock market. Liquidity means turning your assets into cash. So today if I have shares as my assets, these shares I can sell it and get cash. So it is a highly liquid market in India. It reduces cost by providing valuable information regarding the securities traded in the financial market. So we get all the valuable information that we need to make a good investment decision. It facilitates exchange of assets without physical delivery. So we can even trade without actually delivering the goods or any physical documents, etc. Now this, what we were doing is just general background. It's not supposed to come in your exam. Normally the financial markets are divided into two parts: money market and the other one is your capital market. Now let's see what it is exactly. First, your financial market is a place where buying and selling is done. Market is a place where buying and selling is done. Financial market is a place where buying and selling of financial products are done. Financial products. Financial products could be your shares, could be debentures, could be bonds, could be derivatives, could be currency, could be commodity, etc. Okay, so financial market covers all kind of financial products. Financial product market is divided into two kinds of market. One is a capital market and the other one is a money market. Capital market, whatever you know, you must be having knowledge of capital markets. Capital market is your stock exchange, is where your listed securities are there. All the stock markets listed in India are governed by SEBI. Whenever a company is listed there, they are issuing shares for long period of time. So they plan to be listed for long term. Capital markets is a place for long term assets. Whereas money market is a place where the instruments are issued for short period of time up to 1 year. Matlab, and it is governed by RBI. Here it is generally RBI can be the issuer, banks can be the issuer, government departments can be the issuer. Here we have issuers would be companies like Reliance, Tata's, all of those companies who need money. Here money market is there. Money market, when the securities are issued, the maturity period of those securities could be 6 months, 8 months. We also have securities which are there for 3 days. 3 days treasury bills, money bills, etc. that can be there. Clear till here? So main difference between capital market, money market: capital market are issued for long term, money market is issued for short term. Capital markets are governed by RBI as the regulator. In capital markets, SEBI is the regulator, and money market, RBI is the regulator. Now, capital markets today has a very well developed primary and secondary market. Now, what is a primary and secondary market? A primary market is a place where there is going to be IPOs. First time the security is going to be issued. So when the company issues the shares to the investor, it is called as a primary market. So this would be there in a IPO, initial public offering, where the company issues the shares to the investor. But once it is given to the investor, एक बार investor को मिल जाता है और शेयर का भाव बढ़ जाएगा, investor will want to sell it to another investor. That would come in the secondary market. Here it is a investor to investor trade. In company law we call it as transfer of shares. Transfer of shares. In company law we call this scenario as issue of shares. Clear till here? Clear till here? Now let's see what is there in your module. First one, money market. Money market is a place where financial instruments are issued for short-term purposes. So when I have a need of maybe 3 days, 4 days, I can go in the money market. Okay. Here even for 1 day securities can be issued. Okay. Sometimes let's say when government requires money, they also issue G securities, government securities, treasury bills. They can have different maturity period, but all the maturity period will be up to 1 year. Okay. Then the liquidity here, first of all, money market will be more safe or capital market will be more safe? I need you to tell me, think and tell me, money market ज़्यादा safe होता है या capital market? Money market is a safer investment. Why? Because this is issued by, it is considered to be a sovereign paper where it is issued by government. RBI is the regulator. Sometimes RBI is the issuer of this instrument. So it is very safe. You get proper liquidity. Liquidity means what? If these money securities you want to, you will get the money back. It is, since it is short term, it will get converted into cash really fast. Okay, and there is a lot of tax benefits as well. Now talking to capital markets, you all are doing company secretary course. Obviously you would know that in companies you have issue of shares, IPO, FPO, preferential allotment. All of that is considered in your capital markets. Your regulator of stock markets is SEBI. So capital market is a part of the financial system which is concerned with the long-term issue of securities. Your medium-term and long-term liquidity needs are met. It deals with shares, stocks, bonds, debentures, etc. Okay, they play a vital role, and your SEBI is your regulator here. Now, this capital market, that is your security market, can be further divided into primary and secondary. So security market, as we can see, a market is a place where buying and selling is done. Security market is a place where buying and selling of securities are done. So securities means what? If you go to read the definition, you come to know it means equity shares, debentures, derivative, mutual funds, any kind of financial instrument is considered to be a securities. The definition has been given. Now security markets is divided in two parts. Primary market. What is a primary market? When the company for the first time issues the shares to the investor, that is called as a fresh issue or a primary market. Primary market deals with issue of new instruments. like shares, equity, debentures, anything when it is being issued for the first time. So company issues it to the investors. Okay, the company gives the shares, and in return the funds the investor gives it to the company. So in primary market, the company raises funds and gets money. Now, in your primary issue, you can issue it to, you know, issuers of securities could be corporate entities, and even governments can come in if they want to go for long term. Now, secondary market. Secondary market is a sale of existing securities from investor to investor. So, if we see a question can be asked, very unlikely, but they can ask you a difference between primary market and secondary market. Primary market is fresh issue. Secondary market is already issued securities are traded. Here the company gets the fund since it's a fresh issue, like IPO, FPO comes here. Here in secondary market, the company does not raise funds. Instead, the investor will get those funds when the prices are so higher, and he sells it. He will get capital appreciation. Okay, and this is in secondary market. There is transfer, so it is after the IPO or FPO. Okay, so you can do that. Again, in primary market, there are underwriters. Remember, while issuing, there are underwriters. In secondary market, there are brokers that are there. Company and in the parties who are transacting are company and investors. Here, the parties who are transacting are investors and investors amongst themselves. Now, need for regulators in capital markets. Why do you need SEBI? Why do you require RBI, etc.? Now, whenever money is involved, a lot of malpractices, a lot of scams, a lot of Ponzi schemes can be issued. Ponzi schemes are schemes which promise astronomical returns, which is not possible. It is just it's a case of fraud. So, if you remember that movie where they say in 21 days your money will be doubled. So, that is a Ponzi scheme. So, you require a regulator to oversee, be a watchdog, and ensure that there is genuine business being done in the stock market. Another thing is the integrity of the stock market is dependent. If there are fraud, scams, and Ponzi schemes in the stock market, no, there will not. You won't find any investors then. So to develop the market, we require regulators. To protect the interest of investors, regulators are needed. SEBI itself, when it has been formed, the SEBI, which is a capital markets regulator, its main objective is to protect the interest of investors and to regulate and develop the securities market. Okay. Now, this is the powers of SEBI is to protect the interest of investors, develop the securities market, and regulate the securities market as well. Through SEBI, the regulation model which is sought to be put in India is one which every aspect of security market regulation is entrusted to a single highly visible and independent organization which is backed by a statute, which is accountable to the parliament, and investors have trust. So SEBI, the Securities Exchange Board of India, people trust it. It is all the stock market regulation is handed over to this single entity. There are three main participants in the stock market. Very simple. So once there are regulators, then there will be three participants. Can you tell me which three? First is the issuer. The issuer is the company that needs money, which is issuing its shares. Second is the investors who are investing. Between these two, there will be an intermediary which is approved by SEBI. So stock market intermediaries like your brokers, underwriters, merchant bankers, you have an entire chapter on it. Okay, they are the middlemen who facilitate, allow this transaction, this issue and transfer of shares. Now functions of SEBI. What are the functions of SEBI? First, I told you their main job is to protect the interest of investors, to ensure that there is no price rigging. Someone like we had seen in Harshad Mehta case, how he had put up the prices of ECC, prevent insider trading, promote fair practices, create awareness among the investors, prohibit fraudulent and unfair trade practices. This is the job of SEBI with respect to protection. Then regulatory functions. Now what are regulatory functions? Means making laws. We have prevention of insider trading regulations, PIT regulations. We have the takeover regulations. We have the ICDR regulations. We have the LODR regulations. All of that. So they are the regulators which keeps framing laws, framing guidelines so that the interests of investors are protected. Functions are basically performed to keep a check on the functioning of the business in the financial market, including designing of guidelines, regulation of takeover, conducting inquiries, registration of various intermediaries like brokers, levying fees, performing and exercising its powers, and registering credit rating agencies which will rate companies on basis of their credit worthiness or their past track record. Clear? Next is development functions. Another main job of SEBI is not only to regulate but also to develop the securities market. Develop means to grow. Earlier our stock market was not that big. Now they are in the top 10 stock markets of the world with a $3 trillion market capitalization of NSE BSE. So it has developed, it has grown. Now how do you grow it? By first of all imparting training to intermediaries, promotion, encouragement of fair trading, reduction of malpractices, carrying out research work, encouraging self-regulatory organizations like AMFI, NGOs. How many NGOs are there? They are taking action which will ensure that there is proper regulation in the market. Buying and selling mutual funds directly from AMC through a broker. Next, powers of SEBI. What all powers does it have? Now SEBI has very nicely, they have put across, they have quasi-judicial, quasi-federally legislative, quasi-executive, and all these powers are there. So let's understand. SEBI has powers of judiciary, have powers of legislative, and have powers of executive as well with respect to stock market and security market. मतलब it is partly judicial मतलब क्या? SEBI can conduct, judicial is like a court, right? So SEBI में hearings होती है. SEBI से अपील में जाओगे तो SAT है, SAT में भी hearing होती है, वहां पे proper arguments होते हैं and then they pass a order or a judgment and it is all transparent. जब भी कुछ fraudulent, unethical हो रहा है, कोर्ट में केस फाइल कर सकते हैं, यहाँ पे SEBI में केस फाइल होगा. They ensure transparency, fairness, accountability, readability. Next is legislative. Legislative make laws, right? They make the law. Same way we have seen SEBI has passed multiple laws for protection of interest of investors. SEBI LODR, we've seen it is there in your syllabus only. Then executive. Executive is like the police, where they enforce the law by taking action, doing arrest, etc. SEBI officers have a right to arrest, have a right to file, take a person and seize the books, etc. So they have all these powers. SEBI is authorized to file a case against anyone who is violated They have a right to inspect the books of accounts, etc. Power to issue informal guidelines. Now this is another power that they have. Informal Guidelines Scheme 2003. It is also there in your Ombudsman chapter, but I'll tell you what is SEBI Informal Guidelines Scheme. Today, as a company, कितने सारे laws है. There are so many laws. There is so much confusion. We should, the listed companies, intermediaries, when they get confused with respect to law, they need some guidance. So they can write a letter to SEBI and ask for guidance. It will cost them some money, but they can ask that this provision, can you clarify, etc. So SEBI also has a power to give guidance, okay, which enables any participant or intermediary to make a request to SEBI for certain guidance. Okay, they will have to say, make an application and say in respect of what guidance do they want. It could either be an interpretive letter where they are asking to interpret certain provision. समझ में नहीं आ रहा, confusion लग रहा है, क्या है ये circular, to interpret, explain. Or a no action letter. A no action letter means what? You are asking that the intermediary is asking, if we do this, is it okay, or you will take action? So we are doing this, give us a no action letter that you won't take action. It is within the law, so we'll go ahead and do that. Other capital market regulators is RBI. So whenever we have banks, financial institutions, NBFCs, RBI will also be an additional regulator. RBI is a central bank known as the Bankers Bank. They control the monetary and banking policies of India, and under the RBI Act 1934. The preamble of RBI Act is to regulate banknotes, provide monetary stability in India, and modernize the monetary policy framework to meet the challenges. This is one which regulates banks and financial institutions. Banks could be a HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, all these top banks are there. And financial institutions could be your NBFCs, like Bajaj Finance is the biggest NBFC in India. They're not a bank, but they provide finance. Second, IRDA. Whenever you have insurance companies in India, then the regulator is IRDA. Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority is another regulator which regulates insurance companies and insurance sectors in India. The key objective is to promote and develop insurance, encourage that people should take different kinds of insurances, etc. They have the power to frame regulations and lay down certain framework for supervision of all the insurance companies in India. Now, insurance could be, with respect to marine insurance, fire insurance, public liability insurance act, etc. Third is the Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority. What is it? Your Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority, PFRDA. Now, many times you will see employers providing certain pension to the employees, or you have certain government agencies which are providing pension. So the regulator of the pension scheme is the Pension Fund Regulatory Authority. Is a statutory regulator, just like you have SEBI, IRDA, you also have Pension Fund Regulator. And you have the Act 2013 with the object to promote, now pension is in the old age income security, and protect the interest of NPS subscribers. Okay, of all those who are subscribing. Now coming to the capital market investment institutions. Okay, capital market investment institutions. Let's see. Now we require loan. Now, so many a times what happens is we require funds. Companies today require finance. Okay, they require finance, loans, etc. So where would they go? Don't you think in India you require financial institutions? Yes or no? Don't you think we require financial institutions in India? Financial institutions who will give loans to these companies. Now these companies we should have for all companies, not only large companies but also mid-sized companies and also small companies. Yes or no? So loan should be given to them. Even for rural sector, loan should be available. So let's see what is there at the national and the state level financial institutions. So first we'll talk of the All India Development Bank. Here there are a variety of financial institutions which have been set up at the national and the state level. We will be seeing that. Now All India Development Bank includes all those development banks which provide institutional credit not only to large, medium but also to small scale industry units. So let's see which are them, which are they. So following are the banks which caters to the needs for the growth of different sectors in India. First, the biggest and the most important is your IDBI. Your IDBI, Industrial Development Bank of India. The very first thing, it's a industrial bank which objective is for development. So it was established in 1964 as the topmost financial institution for industrial development in the country. So it is the apex bank which was established in 1964 for industrial development. Now it caters to diversified needs. So it caters to various needs of medium, large scale industry in the form of financial assistance. So medium and large scale they are giving. Direct assistance would be to give direct loans, underwriting or direct subscription to the securities. So with this what is happening? They are pumping money into the company by either way of loan, subscribing to the securities, or they call it as soft loans. What do you mean by soft loans? Soft loans are loans which are given which are very favorable to the borrower. Normally all loans are made which are heavily in favor of the lenders. Soft loans are loans which are benefit for the borrowers. Okay. Indirect assistance is also given. Direct assistance is direct infusion of funds. Indirect assistance is provided in the form of refinance facilities to industrial concerns. So refinance means what? जिसने फाइनेंस किया उसको फाइनेंस कर रहा हूं. So maybe if HDFC bank requires funds because they have to finance, so that can also be provided by IDBI bank. Next, the Industrial Financial Corporation of India. Now let's see what is it and how is it different. Now it was set up in 1948. It was the pioneer for long-term institutional credit. The main objective was long-term institutional credit and catered again to large and medium enterprises. Main objective is financial assistance by way of not only rupee loan but also foreign currency loan. Loan चाहिए आपको Indian loan भी मिलेगा, foreign currency भी loan भी मिलेगा, and everything else is also the same. Now we were all talking about loans for mid-size and large scale. What about the small one? Can anyone message and tell me which are those loans, who provides the loans to small entities, small scale industries, etc. So we have the Small Industries Development Bank also. Why not develop the small scale sector? It was set up by the government on April 1990 as a wholly owned subsidiary of IDBI. So IDBI is there. Its subsidiary is SIBD. Its subsidiary is SIBD. It is the principal financial institution for promotion, financial and development of small scale industry in the economy. It aims to empower micro, small and medium enterprises sector, SME. The main is to give to micro, small, medium enterprises with a view to contributing to their growth, ensuring employment and giving a regional development as well. So this is about SIBD. Fourth, Industrial Investment Bank Limited. Now, in Industrial Investment Bank is a industrial reconstruction bank of India as a principal credit for reconstruction agency for sick industrial units. So this has been shut now. This is no longer in existence. The Industrial Investment Bank of India. Now they invest primarily in, they used to invest primarily to sick industrial companies, loss making units with the objective of reconstructing them, making them strengthen again. So that वो company भी बच जाए, jobs भी बच जाए, growth भी बच जाए. Okay. It assists mainly to medium and large scale, give wide range of services, etc. Now, specialized financial institutions. Now, these institutions have been set up to serve the increasing financial needs of the trade and commerce in the area of venture capital, credit rating and leasing. So, first one is IFCI Venture Capital Fund. Moment I tell you IFCI, ICICI Venture Capital Fund. So, whenever we say venture capital, it is always to give the seed funding, the initial capital, starting का पैसा देने के लिए, seed funding, original capital for startup companies, etc. Okay, so this is given by IFCI, this is given by ICICI Venture Capital Fund. Now the objective when you give to this startup company is when they think higher the risk, higher will be the return. Okay, so formerly known as Risk Capital and Technology Financial Corporation is a subsidiary of IFCI, promoted with the objective of broadening the entrepreneurial base. Now if you are starting talking about entrepreneurship, you have to take some degree of risk, very high risk, to take a breakthrough and take India forward. By innovating products, processes, technologies, etc. So they provide soft loans. Moment I say soft loans means it will be in favor of the borrower. It also started providing finance under the technology, finance and development schemes for commercialization and indigenous technology for new processes, products, etc. So they are all focusing about providing funds, venture capital funds to all these startup companies which have innovative process. They must have brought some innovation in a product, process, service, etc. Now talking about ICICI again. So the facts will change. They cater to the same audience. Formerly known as the Technology Development and Information Company of India, it was founded in 1989 as a joint venture with the UTI. It became a fully owned subsidiary of ICICI. Now again, it is a technology venture finance company set up to sanction certain finances in new technology finance projects in the fields of computer science, chemicals, polymers, drugs, diagnostic, vaccines, biotechnology, environmental engineering. Now all this is little bit facts, but you have to learn them. Then comes Tourism Finance Corporation of India. Now again, to develop the tourism sector, this is also providing funds. So the objective of this is it's a specialized financial institution set up by the government for promotion and growth of tourist industry. Apart from conventional projects, it provides financial assistance for non-conventional tourism projects. Non-conventional मतलब जो normal नहीं है tourism में, like amusement parks, ropeways, car rental services, ferries, inland water. If tourism countries अगर तुम देखोगे, there they have lot of good infrastructure, they have lot of scenic places, बहुत अच्छी अच्छी जगहें होती है, साइट सीइंग पॉइंट्स होते हैं एक्सेट्रा. सो ये सब इंडिया में डेवलप करना है, बीचेस अच्छे होते हैं. It has also expanded the scope of its activities, including financing of real estate projects, infrastructure, manufacturing projects, etc. So this is with respect to the Tourism Finance Corporation of India. Then comes your investment institutions, where you can invest into these institutions. Investment institution established by the government. Very, very simple. First, if you go to see, is life insurance. Life insurance is whenever at the person's death, the dependents get a certain amount. That is called as life insurance. General insurance is all insurance other than life insurance, like fire insurance and others. So let me explain. In insurance, can be of two types. Only two types. One is life insurance and the next one is others, everything else. इसके अंदर तुम्हारा आएगा travel insurance, you will have travel, you will have fire, you will have car, you will have insurance, any other kind of insurance is there, marine insurance, etc. You will have building, you will, now you are doing company secretary, so you will also know directors and officers liability insurance is also there. So all this comes under the others category. For life insurance, if you want to take, the government has made LIC. It was established in 1956 as a wholly owned corporation of the government. It is formed by the Life Insurance Corporation Act 1956. The objective is to provide life insurance. It also extends services of infrastructure and other stuff also, but the main objective is life insurance. Now life insurance के लिए तो बना दिया, but दूसरे types के insurance के लिए भी बना हुआ है कुछ, which is called as your General Insurance Corporation of India, GIC. It was formed by the enactment of the General Insurance Business Act 1972 for the purpose of superintending, controlling and carrying on the business of general insurance. Okay, your general insurance, if you know, this is also health insurance is covered here. So 4 subsidiary branches are there. New India Assurance, I believe if you have your parents, all of them earlier used to have health insurance from New India Assurance Company. Then Oriental Insurance Company and the United India Insurance Company. Ask any of your parents, their health insurance will be from this entity. Okay, now came life, the other one came others, and one is Unit Trust of India. Now what is UTI? Now if you've heard of mutual funds, right? Mutual funds. So this was set up as a mutual fund where you have units. There are unit holders. They invest into certain companies, etc. Whatever return unit का value बढ़ा तुम्हें मिल जाएगा. So it was set up. So just like an investment avenue, extra भी मिलना चाहिए. So if we have excess capital, we can also invest in UTI. It was set up as a body corporate under the UTI Act 1963 with a view to encourage saving and investment. It mobilizes savings of small investors to the sale of units and channelizes them into the corporate investment by way of secondary market operation. क्या मतलब है इसका? बहुत ही सिंपल है. यूटीआई क्या करता है? इट्स अ म्यूचुअल फंड. They pool money from all the investors and then they invest in stock market or in certain companies. Whatever return is given, then it is given back to the investors. Till here it is clear. Only thing is, it is set up by the government. For more than 2 decades, it remained as a sole vehicle for investment in capital markets by Indian citizens. If you go to see, when mutual fund sector was not developed, people were investing. This private sector of mutual funds were not invest. People were investing only in UTI. Its primary objective same is to pool the savings and try to give them a good return. Then came state level institutions, same as we have at the national level. At state level also we have the State Finance Corporation and the State Industrial Development Corporation. So these are state level financial institutions. The role is to his role is there in development of small and medium enterprises. So how will you develop them? You will give them loan, financial assistance will be given in the form of loan, direct loans, soft loans, etc. They have been set up with the objective of catalyzing higher investment, generating more employment, widening the scope of industries, etc. They have also started assistance to newer types of businesses like floriculture, tissue culture, poultry, etc. There are around 18 state financial corporations in the country. So state financial corporation works at the state level. हर state में एक होगा. In total, there are till now 18 state financial corporations. Similarly, you also have State Industrial Development Corporation. It has been established in the earlier Companies Act 1956. It's a wholly owned undertaking of the state government. So every state will also have. They have been set up with the objective of promoting industrial development in certain states and providing financial assistance to small entrepreneurs. So this is mainly focusing on small entrepreneurs. Till now, the chapter what we was doing is very general, not very much specific which comes in the exam. Now onwards, whatever our topic I will be doing is directly important from exam point of view and is actually your core law. So good to go. Everything clear till here. I need you all to message if everything is clear till here or not. Clear till here? Yes or no? Clear till here, then we'll start with the other part. Just waiting for you. Is it clear? So then I can move ahead to the next parts. Okay, great. So let's go to the next part, which is your qualified institutional buyers. Now QIBs are buyers, but they are not individual buyers like you and me. These are institutions buying. Mutual fund, pension fund, governments, etc. So these are institutions that are buying. And not any institution buying can be called as QIB. It has to be coming in the list. So SEBI has already given and defined under your regulation number 21SS of the ICDR regulation, which defines and gives a closed list of who are your QIBs. So mutual fund, venture capital funds, AIFs, foreign portfolio investors, public financial institutions, scheduled banks, development banks, State Industrial Development Corporation, mutual funds, insurance fund, provident fund having a minimum corpus of 25 crores, pension funds having a minimum corpus of 25 crores, national investment fund set up by the government, national fund set up by the Army, Navy, Air Force, insurance fund set up and managed by the Department of Force, systematically important NBFCs. So that is it. Only these 13 are called as your qualified institutional buyers. So there are special rules with respect to QIBs. When you read the other regulation, they specifically said QIB regulations, etc. So only they are called as QIBs. Next, talking about foreign portfolio investor. Now, from the name itself, if you break down, here it's an investor. This investor is from abroad. So he is a foreign investor. And he is building up his portfolio by buying Indian stocks. Just like you would want to buy stocks of Amazon, Flipkart, you would want to buy of abroad, we could say Tesla, Apple, all these companies are listed abroad. So you would want them in your portfolio. So you would be a foreign portfolio investor for them. From India point of view, when foreigners invest in India, we will call them as FPIs, foreign portfolio investors. Now, after the regulation 2020, there are two categories of FPIs. Only FPIs can be clubbed in two categories, category 1 and category 2. Now, category 1 is a more important category, which if you read, you will come to know that it is a more sophisticated body investing in India. So it is when the government is investing, pension fund is investing. So these are all abroad investors who are investing in India. Appropriately regulated industries such as insurance companies, reinsurance entities, banks, asset management companies, investment advisors, portfolio managers, all of them are coming here. Entities from Financial Action Task Force member countries which are appropriately regulated funds, unregulated funds whose investment manager is appropriately regulated as a category 1 portfolio investor, and universities, related endowments. So universities want to make investments that have been in existence for more than 5 years. An entity whose investment manager is from a Financial Action Task Force member country, and such investment manager is a category 1 portfolio manager, or which is a 70% owned by another entity. However, such an investment manager undertakes the responsibility of all the acts or commissions or omissions that happen. So let's see. FPIs are of two classes. You can club one either if you are a government pension fund, if you are appropriately regulated, if you are appropriately regulated, or you are not regulated, but the investment manager is a category 1 portfolio manager and he's taking responsibility of the fund. So then we say, okay, he's a big guy. These are all sophisticated investment bodies. They are all come under category 1. Category 2, they have given all those which are not following under category 1 will all fall under category 2. Such as your appropriately regulated funds not falling under category 1, endowments, charitable institutions, body corporates, individuals, family offices, unregulated funds of LLPs, etc. So these are all category 2 which are coming into India. So we are done with your FPI. Now talking about alternative investment funds. Let's understand what is AIF. Alternative investment funds are funds for which are privately placed. So these are like mutual funds. So what do they do? Now this is the AIF that I'm making, alternative investment funds. They also pool money. They pool money from investors. They pool funds from various investors. Investor 1, Investor 2, Investor 3, etc. And then when this AIF gets the funds, then they will invest as per the scheme or offer document. So very similar to mutual fund, but what is the primary difference? That these investors who are there, they are not small players, they are HNIs, high net worth individuals. Means you're giving it this investors in AIF could be Dhirubhai, could be Ambani's, Tata's, all those people who have a good net worth. So a normal retail investor will go in mutual fund, but if we see someone who is a HNI already has a lot of fund and he has a good risk appetite, उसके पास में अच्छा खासा risk appetite है, so he will always prefer to invest in AIF. AIF works with the concept higher the risk, higher the return. A normal retail investor does not have much risk taking appetite, so he will go for mutual funds. But in AIF, they want exponential growth. They are looking to invest in the next Uber or in the next Microsoft, in the next Apple, which were there at the early stages. So they want to pick up. So for that, they have to take some risk. Okay. So let's see. Now AIF AIF has three categories. We'll see that AIF are defined in regulation number 21B as the following. Okay, it is a privately pooled. So AIF की ad नहीं दिखेगी, public के पास जाते नहीं है, because public के पास इतना पैसा नहीं होता है. Obviously, we are going to HNIs individually. It is privately placed, offer document is made, etc. So it's a privately pooled investment fund. This investment fund could be set up in the form of a trust, a company, a body corporate, or a LLP. So the structure of the AIF could be anything, could be a trust, company, LLP, etc. which are not presently governed by any regulations of SEBI. That is, they are not regulated by mutual funds, NECIS, no other scheme में अगर वो वहां पे आ गए तो यहाँ पे नहीं होगा. So AIF is something which is privately placed. It follows all the features there. They get a license to set up an AIF, and they are not mutual funds, because mutual funds have a different concept. They target smaller people and they go for safer people. Now, according to SEBI AIF regulations 2017, now this is important. Whenever they ask the AIF, you have to write the definition. You have to write the definition. So AIF means any fund established in India in the form of, it could be the trust, it could be a company, it could be a LLP or a body corporate, which is privately pooled investment, collects the funds from investors, whether it is in India or abroad. So funds can come from Indian investors or foreign investors, that's fine. For investing according to the defined investment policy for the benefit of its investors. So they will invest it according to the investment policy. It is not covered under the SEBI mutual fund or CIS schemes or any other regulations of SEBI. Common sense, these are not mutual funds or CIS. This is a separate body just like them, which is called as AIF. The following shall not be considered as AIF for the purpose of these regulations. Abhi koi bhi trust is not a AIF. So they are saying this is not AIF. A family trust, ESOP, employee welfare, holding company is not a trust. Any other thing which is a securitization company, any pool of funds regulated by other regulators is not AIF. मतलब बोल रहे कुछ भी मत बोल दो AIF है. So these are not AIF clearly. specifying. Now, AIF, so they can ask you define AIF and tell its categories. So now we are seeing the categories of AIF. There are three categories of AIF: category 1, category 2 and category 3. Category 1 AIF invest primarily in startups. New age companies, early bird companies, by providing the seed funding. So like that's what your venture capital funds do. They can invest in SME funds, small and medium enterprise exchange, infrastructure funds, social welfare funds. All of them, they've given you what all comes. They are all in the category 1. Category 3 talks about investment in hedge funds. Hedge funds are funds which are highly complex funds, which in where they invest in complex trading strategies. They invest in derivatives, forwards, futures, all of that. So hedge funds invest in derivatives and complex trading strategies, strip, straddle, etc. Complex trading strategies. And whatever doesn't fall under 1 and 3 will fall under 2. So let's see, here they have given categories of AIF. So category 1 is for startups, where startup, early stage ventures, social ventures, small and medium enterprise ventures, infrastructure ventures, all of them given here. So AIF category 1 will invest only in these small stage companies. Category 3 AIF will invest in complex trading strategies and derivatives. Category 2 is something which is not there in, which doesn't fall under 1 or 3, will fall under category 2. So it's a residuary provision, a residuary category. Now when we saw, they spoke about here, category 1 is investing in startups. In startups they talk about venture capitals. What do you mean by venture capital? So then they've given you a short note here, a venture capital. Now venture capital or venture capitalists, those who invest in early stage companies, venture capitalists, they invest in early stage companies. Okay, their objective is higher the risk, higher will be the return. They provide the seed funding, mostly companies which are there in the early stage companies. So then they have given, they are called as venture capitalists. You have ICICI venture capitals, etc. You must be knowing India's biggest venture capital fund. Any entrepreneur will know what is VCs, and VC से funding आता है because projects risky होते हैं. Normal bank fund नहीं लेगा, खाली VC ही invest कर सकता है वहां पर. Now VC is one of the innovative financial resource in which the promoters have to give up some level of control. They will have to, when they are giving the funds, they are investing, they will take equity shares. Okay, it could be in the form of loan also, but they can also take stake in the company. They invest in the early stage in privately held companies which have a potential of high rate of return on their investment. It is a resource for supporting innovation, knowledge-based ideas, technology, human capital intensive enterprises. Venture capital funds are covered in your category 1 of AIF. Now if you go to see today, VCs and private equities, they also have like a VC will be there for a specific area. For example, for EdTech, education sector technology, there will be a separate VC. For your oceanology, or maybe we could say for renewable energy, there will be a different VC. For your fintech, there will be a different VC. Fintech is your financial technologies that we have, bitcoins, etc. So there will be a completely different VC. So you have to select, if my business is in bitcoins, I will have to find which VC is investing in bitcoins. Different venture groups prefer different types of investments. Some prefer medical products, vaccines, etc. They prefer to invest in them. Now coming to the concept of private equity. Now we're talking about private equity. What is private equity? Now in short, I will first explain. Now there are private equity. When I say private equity, private here means unlisted companies. Unlisted companies, especially your private companies. And equity here means they take equity shares or equity shares in the company. So in private equity firms, they prefer to invest in private companies and take equity stake majorly. They can also give in the form of loan, but their main job is private equity. Till here it is clear. So there are Blackstone, if you go to see, they look at good private companies and they go to them and they say, we will fund you. Lenskart, if you remember, you have Zomato, you have Paytm. When they were very young companies, when they were private companies, investors prefer to come there. Okay, and they invest. So these are called as private equity firms. Their main objective is to invest in early stage companies and take a good amount of equity shares from them. So private equity is a type of equity finance. So I give from the company point of view, they are giving equity shares and getting finance. And one of the asset classes which takes securities and debt into operating companies which are not publicly traded, means unlisted companies. They are essentially, they invest in assets which isn't publicly traded. Now, as a source of investment capital, private equity comes from high net worth individuals. Nowadays, you go to a bank, will a bank give you a private company loan? If the balance sheet it's a new company, balance sheet is also nothing great in the balance sheet. So only HNIs, high net worth individuals. You will come to me and maybe you come to a high net worth individual and come up with a good idea, and I look at your passion, I realize he's good, I'll fund it, I will take 20% stake and you will get. If you've seen Shark Tanks, you will know that's exactly private equity. Okay. Now types of private equity. One is a leverage buyout, venture capital and growth capital. Now this is just general theory that you can read. Leverage buyout means, a buyout means when you purchase the equity shares. So you're buying equity shares, but through leveraged. Leverage means by borrowed capital. Borrowed capital. So it is possible that I borrow money and with that borrowed money I invest in startups, etc. So that is called as leverage buyout. Imagine if I'm getting a bank loan at 8%. I'm getting a bank loan and let's say 12%. But I know I take a leverage, a loan, another word for that is a leverage. So I take a leverage and then I find a really good company which has a good income potential and I will invest in a private company which will promise me returns of 50%. Okay, which I feel that it will just blast now. So this way, this is a private equity firm which prefers leverage buyout, where they take loans and then they invest in private equity in companies. Venture capital, again I told you, whenever they say venture capital means they invest in early stage companies. They might be in the form of equity, in the form of debt. They might also give you assistance with respect to advisory, etc. Now, growth capital. It refers to equity investments, mostly minority investments in companies that are looking for expansion. So, growth capital is money for expansion. So, companies today which are very well settled, companies like TVZ raised more money so that they can set up more number of units. Now, coming to angel funds. Now, what are exactly angel funds? Angel funds, as we saw above, were category 1 AIF. Category 1 AIF. Their main objective is to invest in early stage companies. Now, in angel fund, they have given that normally angel means someone who has come from above to help you. So, angel fund is when a high net worth individual is investing into the company. So, angel fund refers to money pool created by high net worth individuals or companies known as angel investors. We read that they are coming under the category 1 of AIF. So, an angel investor is an affluent individual who provides funding for a business startup. Now, usually they would take debt in the form of loan, they would give money, or in the form of equity. They invest in startup companies. Now, coming to the concept of anchor investors. Now, we're doing the concept of anchor investors. Again, very important. It has come in the past exam question as well. Now, anchor investors. So, let's say when a company is there, so there is a public company. There is a public company, okay? In this public company, there are investors. There are investors, right? Now, these investors might be giving little bit money, but there might be big investors as well. Big investors who the company want to make a separate rules for them. तुम ही सोचो ना, अगर नॉर्मल सब पैसे देने आ रहे 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 25 crores. So I will give special treatment to him or someone who is giving. So they are called as anchor investment. Anchor investors, they are anchoring your public issue. So let's see what are the rules for them. So anchor investors are QIBs, qualified institutional buyers, who make an application of at least 10 crores in a public issue. When it is on NSE BSE, when it is on the main board, and 2 crores when it is made on the SME stock exchange. 2 crores when it is made on the SME stock exchange. Fine. So anchor investors for main board, they are giving 10 crores minimum, and for subordinate board, that is your SME stock exchange, BSE SME और NSE SME, छोटे स्टॉक एक्सचेंजेस पे जो अगर 2 करोड़ दे रहा है, तो ऐसे QIBs को जो 10 crores for main board and 2 crores for SME दे रहे, we all call them as anchor investors. Now, allocation for anchor investors shall be on discretionary basis subject to the following. Company wants, they can make special reservations if they want to on discretionary basis. Allocation to them can be on discretionary basis. If the company wants, they can make, but they'll have to follow these rules. Okay. First, let's see what are the provisions. Few points first we'll cover, then we'll go into a certain part. The bidding for the anchor investor shall open 1 day before the issue opening date. This is one thing. So what happens for anchor investors? Everyone's coming, we are telling 1 day prior only you come and you take and we'll give. On the same day you come, same day we'll allot also. So when an anchor investor come, big investor has come, we said please come for public it is opening tomorrow, all these securities will come in available tomorrow for you. One day before only we are giving. So much money you're getting, please come. So one day before we will come, they will ask. Same day allotment also we will give. So we will be excited to give allocation and shall be completed on the day of bidding. So the bidding for anchor investors shall open one day before the issue opening date. So full stop here. Allocation to the anchor investor shall be completed on the day of the bidding only. Then anchor investors period shall be locked in for a period of 30 days for the date of allotment. Once they have invested for 30 days, their money is locked in. They cannot sell. Now, 60% of the portion available to QIB shall be available to anchor investors, and 1/3 of them shall be reserved for domestic mutual funds. Let's understand this point properly. ठीक है, ये point को समझते कैसे हैं? Now, this is a public issue. This is a entire thing is a public issue that the company is coming. Now, company knows कि all different kinds of people will come. Different kinds of people will come. There will be big players, there will be small players, etc. There will be employees that will apply, there will be existing shareholders that will apply. तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं, पहले एक reservation कर देंगे. We'll make a reservation. Means ये कैटेगरी इतने शेयर्स रिजर्व कर दिया है. किसके लिए? फॉर QIB. फॉर QIB, राइट? क्वालिफाइड इंस्टीट्यूशनल बायर्स के लिए रिजर्व कर दिया. अब QIBs के डेफिनेशन में वो 13 पीपल थे. म्यूचुअल फंड्स भी हो गए, पेंशन फंड्स भी हो गए, इंश्योरेंस फंड्स भी हो गए. ऑल ऑफ देम आर देयर इन डेफिनेशन ऑफ QIB. Yes or no? So this much has been reserved. Only QIB can come. Retail investor cannot come. Now QIB also there are 13 types. So in that they are saying 60% of the portion available for QIB shall be available to anchor investors. Means ये जो रखा हम लोग ने, इसका let's say 60%. This much part I'm saying. Okay. So I'm saying this much part. This much part is 60%. 60% is kept for anchor investors. Balance 40 can be given to other QIBs. So anchor investor is also a QIB. So if they are applying also, it will be covered. So if this much is the reservation, let's say 100 units are reserved for QIB portion. तो जितने भी सिक्योरिटीज है 100 हम लोग ने QIB के लिए बचा के रखा है, साइड में रख दिया है. उसमें से 60% इज रिजर्व फॉर एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स. मतलब एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स कितना अप्लाई कर सकते हैं? 60 यूनिट्स. सो 60% ऑफ द एलोकेशन फॉर QIB एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स को मिलेगा. तो अगर दूसरे भी आ गए तो वो लोग को बोलेंगे नहीं नहीं आप QIB हो तो भी नहीं ले सकते हो, एंकर इन्वेस्टर के लिए रिजर्व्ड है. अब ये 60 यूनिट्स में से और आता है, मतलब और बाइफर्केशन है, that 60% of the QIB shall be reserved for anchor investors. So 60 आ रहा था. अब ये 60 में से अंदर 1/3 of the anchor investor portion, ये 1/3 of the anchor investor portion shall be reserved for domestic mutual funds. अब anchor investors भी कोई भी हो सकता है. Anyone whoever is giving 10 crores or more is an anchor investor. So इसके अंदर भी ये लोग ने एक bifurcation किया that 1/3 of them, 1/3, let's say this much is 1/3. 1/3 of this is how much? 20 units will be reserved for domestic mutual funds. Clear till here? Yes or no? I need you all to message whether you understood or not, whether this reservation part is there. So if first is the public issue for the public, उसमें से तुमने थोड़ा रिजर्व कर दिया फॉर QIB, उसमें से तुमने थोड़ा रिजर्व कर दिया फॉर एंकर इन्वेस्टर, उसमें से तुमने रिजर्व कर दिया थोड़ा फॉर डोमेस्टिक म्यूचुअल फंड्स. टिल योर इट इज क्लियर. तो सबसे बड़ा पब्लिक, उसके अंदर से 60% जो तुमने QIB का किया है, रिजर्व कर दिया है, उसका 60% इज फॉर एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स. जो भी एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स का है उसमें से 1/3 विल बी फॉर डोमेस्टिक म्यूचुअल फंड, देन अदर्स कैन ऑल्सो अप्लाई. सो इज दिस सेंटेंस क्लियर? Yes or no? So these are the points for mutual fund for anchor investor. Now let's see, they have given you some other points also. First, in case of public issue on the main board. अब main board जब भी बोल रहे हैं हम लोग, we are talking of NSE BSE. In case of SME stock exchange, which is not subordinate board, it is there. So they have given you certain minimum number of anchor investors. So let's see. When we are talking of main board, maximum 2 such investors will be permitted for allocation up till 10 crores. So maximum 2 such investors shall be permitted for allocation up to 10 crores. तो अगर तुम allocation कर रहे हो, कंपनी allocation कर रही है एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए up to 10 crores, तो मिनिमम मैक्सिमम 2 ऐसे एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स आ सकते हैं. तो 5-5 करके तो ला ही रहे, तो 2 जन मिलके आ सकते हैं. सो मैक्सिमम 2 सच इन्वेस्टर्स फॉर एलोकेशन अप टू 10 crores. Minimum 2 and maximum 15 shall be permitted for allocation above 2 crores and up to 25 crores, subject to a minimum allotment of, ये common point है, subject to a minimum allotment of 1 crore per investor. So we'll try making it. First, they put it into 3 categories. We'll read it, then we'll make it up. In case of allocation above 25 crores, a minimum of 5 such investors and a maximum of 15 such investors for allocation up to 25 crores. So this is 10 crores. Then comes from 2 to 25 crores. And for allocation about 25 crores, for it is about 25 crores. Okay, they've given you the limits. Even here, if you see, the maximum 2 such investors shall be permitted if the allocation is up to 2 crores. Minimum of 2 and maximum of 15 if they are permitted if it is above 2 crores, and up to 25 crores, subject to a minimum of 1 CR. So here the limit is not 2, it is about 10 crores and up to 25 crores. So this is 10 to 25 and this is about 25 crores. So then they have given you max 2. Here they have given you minimum 2 and maximum 5, maximum 15. Here they've given you if the allocation is about 25 crores, then they said a minimum of 5 such investors, minimum 5 and maximum 15. So this is for the main board. This is for the main board. तो 2 मैक्सिमम आ सकते हैं अगर 10 करोड़ तक अलॉटमेंट है, एलोकेशन कर रहे हैं एंकर इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए. If you are doing a allocation of 10 crores to 25 crores, minimum 2 and maximum 15. If you are giving a allocation of 25, then minimum 5 should come and maximum 15 can come. Similarly, they have given you for the SME stock exchange also. Maximum 2 if it is up till 2 crores, Then minimum 2 and maximum 15 if it is about 2 to 25 crores. If it is above 25 crores, then minimum 5 and this is there. Clear? So you can make a note of this and write it. Now we see all these anchor investors are high net worth individuals, is a very common term. So high net worth individuals, HNIs they call it, means a class of individuals who are distinguished from other retail segments based on their net worth, assets, surplus that they have. While there is no such standard to define someone as a HNI, but we can normally say a person who has over 2 crores of investable surplus is a high net worth individual. So if you have over 2 crores of extra funds which you can invest, you are a HNI. If you apply for an amount under 2 lakhs, you will be considered as a retail investor. There may be many ways of categorizing HNIs. Now coming to pension fund. Now pension fund, again it is a retirement benefit. All when employer is there, employer employee deduction is done, it is given to the pension fund. Now regularly when an employee is working, मतलब हर टाइम काम कर रहा है, हर टाइम उसके सैलरी में से पीएफ कट रहा है और पेंशन के लिए पैसा कट रहा है, उसको रिटायरमेंट के टाइम पे मिलेगा, तो तब तक के पैसे कहाँ जाएंगे? So if an employee is there, he is working for many years, every month his deduction is there for towards pension. So during that time, where does he will get at the time of retirement? But till that time, where does it go? So all that money goes in a pension fund. This pension fund then invests the money in safe places, government bonds, etc. So even pension funds, imagine the number of employees today, how much funds these pension funds must be having. So pension funds means a fund established by an employer to facilitate and organize the investment of his employees. Retirement funds which are contributed by the employer and employee. So when the employer and employee they give in contribution, they give this contribution will go to the pension fund, okay, which is a common pool. It is a common pool, and this pension fund can then invest on retirement. This employee will get benefits on retirement. Okay, now we'll see the different kinds. This is like a retirement solution that people want. Now pensions can be divided in two categories. One is your formal sector pension and your informal sector pension. Tell me one thing, formal sector is when companies are making pension. Nowadays there are many companies which are coming in, which are giving all these newer techniques, even because everybody wants pension. So right now only you can subscribe to certain things where you will get pension in your retirement. So that's a formal sector pension, can be divided in three categories. One is which acts provide, sometimes in working in government sector you get pension, okay, and voluntary pensions can also be given by certain companies. Then comes, you think informal sector will always have access to pension? They don't have government job, they have nothing. So what happened is, the unorganized sector, those workers, laborers, street vendors, home based workers, agricultural workers, construction workers, they can get pension? Answer is yes. The government of India has made a Atal Pension Yojana, which is very, very interesting. And this, I think you should inform everybody, your household help who's there, your drivers, everyone. This Atal Pension Yojana. Let's understand. The government of India is concerned about the old age for income security for working poor, for income security of the working poor, and is focused on encouraging and enabling them to save for their retirement. So government wants that people should save for their retirement. To address the longevity risk, the workers in an unorganized sector, the government has made the Atal Pension Yojana. The Atal Yojana is focused on all the citizens in the unorganized sector. The scheme is administered by the Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority. All pension fund, they are only the regulator. Here what happens, there is a guaranteed minimum monthly pension for subscribers ranging between 1000 to 5000 per month. So they will get at the time of their retirement minimum 1 to 5000, and benefit of minimum pension would be guaranteed by the government. Government pensions. So obviously government also gives pensions to their workers who are working in the defense, railway, post, those who are working in certain banks, working with RBI, with working all these development banks, rural banks, life insurance corporations. So all of them also, they are working in the government sector, so the government gives them also pension. So this is a pension from the government. Now we'll be seeing your capital market instruments. Now this I believe you already know, and this is very unlikely that this comes in your exam because we are studying this from the 12th. What are equity shares? Now equity shares can be there with equal voting rights or with differential voting rights. Okay, so you can read this once. Shares with DVRs. Very important. Now normally on one share you will get one vote, but sometimes shares can be issued with differential voting rights. One share, two votes, or one share, two shares, one vote. Both. It could be beneficial or non-beneficial also. So shares can be there with differential rights. This would be there with respect to voting, with respect to dividend, with respect to any other thing. Okay, so now they have given you all these conditions is given in your section number 1443 to issue DVRs. First of all, articles of the company should permit. Everybody cannot have DVRs. The maximum voting power with differential rights shall not exceed 74% of the voting power. Means the total voting power with this should not exceed 74%. Approval of the shareholders is required by ordinary resolution, and the company should not have defaulted in returns, in their deposits, in redemption of their debentures, in repayment of loans, or any statutory dues to the employees. Only then DVRs can be issued by the company. Then we talk about preference shares. Preference shares are shares which carry preferential right with respect to dividend or with respect at the time of repayment at the time of winding up. There are different kinds of preference shares, I believe you must be knowing. Okay. Then bonds, you can read it, not very important. Bonds give a fixed return just like debentures. So bond can range from 5 years to 10 years, etc. Government bonds, corporate. So on bonds you get a coupon rate. A coupon rate is like a interest rate. It will have a maturity period. During the maturity period you will get interest. Once the maturity period is over, you will get the redemption also of the unit. Banks can issue bonds. There can be tax saving bonds, etc. Now there are two special kinds of bonds which are foreign currency convertible bonds. Now from the name itself, it is foreign currency. That means it is issued outside India. So Indian companies can raise funds from abroad, can issue these bonds abroad. So when they are issuing it abroad, it will be in foreign currency. These are convertible, means as we have convertible debentures, these are convertible bonds. So the bonds will get converted into equity shares of the issuer company. So let's say if Reliance Asian Paints is issuing FCCB abroad, investor wants, he can convert his bonds into equity shares of Asian Paints. And these are bonds. So whenever there are bonds, that means there will be an interest or a coupon rate. Then we have something called as FCEB. Everything is same. So it is foreign currency. So it is a bond issued out of India. It will be denominated in foreign currency. This is a bond. That means there will be a coupon or an interest rate. but these are exchangeable bonds. Only one difference, that it is when you want to convert, it will not convert of the issuer company, but it will convert of a issuers group company. It would, on conversion, if someone wants to convert it, you will not get of issuer company, but you will get shares of offered company. A offered company. For example, if Reliance Industries is issuing bonds, FCCB, abroad, okay, and an investor converts, so he will get shares of Reliance Industries. But if I say there is Reliance Jio, I can issue FCEB. In FCEB, what happens? We will say you will not get shares of Reliance Industries on conversion. आपको parent company का नहीं मिलेगा, आपको offered company का मिलेगा, that is Reliance Jio. Now if investor is more interested in the offered company, he will agree, or he will say नहीं चाहिए मुझे foreign currency exchangeable bond. Convertible bond में issuer company के ही shares मिलेंगे. Exchangeable bond में issuer company का नहीं मिलेगा. You will not get of issuer company, but of some other company which is its group. So it will be informed to you. If you are interested, you can subscribe. Then comes Indian depository receipts. Very, very simple. Now let's understand. When we have a foreign company, it wants to get listed on NSE or BSE. It wants to get listed on NSE or BSE. तभी क्या होता है, they cannot directly get listed. यहाँ पे directly list नहीं हो सकता है. So foreign company will have to first give the shares to a custodian, overseas custodian. उनकी ही कंट्री के कस्टोडियन को प्लेसिंग हो जाएगा सिक्योरिटीज, प्लेसिंग ऑफ सिक्योरिटीज. This custodian will talk to an Indian depository, okay, and this depository, then when an Indian investor wants to subscribe to this foreign company, for example, this is Google wants to raise money from NSE BSE, wants to get listed. So directly नहीं आ सकता, उसको पहले एक overseas custodian को देने पड़ेंगे. All the securities will be given to the overseas custodian. This custodian will then contact the Indian depository. Whenever the Indian investor wants to buy, he will contact with the Indian depository. So he will give the funds here. The funds will be routed back and will be routed back to the foreign company. And as we give the money, we get share certificates. Here you will not get share certificates, you will get a Indian depository receipt. So whenever Indian investors purchase securities of foreign company, they will get a IDR, Indian depository receipt. A IDR is a receipt that you have bought shares of a foreign company. It is issued by the depository bank, that is why it is called as a depository receipt. Clear till here? So let's read. So Indian Depository Bank receipt is any instrument in the form of a depository receipt created by a domestic depository and which has been issued by a company incorporated outside India. So it has Google has I am buying shares of Google. So I will pay the funds and I will get IDR in return. Then comes derivatives. Now derivatives is the entire sums are there on derivatives which are separately covered. And there only I have explained what are derivatives, options, futures, currencies, all those forwards and all those sums have been covered. All of this has been covered. Okay, including the sums. Even warrant has been covered. Now coming to the real estate investment trust, REITs. Now what are REITs and what are infrastructure investment trusts? Both are very simple. What happens is, today there is an investor. This investor will invest in, let's say, infrastructure investment trust, or let's say he's investing in real estate investment trust. Real estate investment trust. This investment trust will purchase certain income generating properties. They will buy income generating properties. For example, offices, they will buy malls, they can invest in land, etc. Whatever revenue is got from this income generating property will be given to the trust will give it to the investor. What is the difference? Here we are investing in real estate, so whatever income comes from the real estate, it will come to me. Normally an investor could not buy real estate, but what happens, many investors come together and give to this trust, so they pool the funds. There is pooling of funds from all these investors, and then it is invested here in property, and whatever is return is collectively given. Sometimes when the property is also sold, lot of money comes, it will be given back to the investors. Here it is real estate. In infrastructure investment trust, it is infrastructure that is covered. Here they've given you few conditions, you can read it up. Then talking about securitized debt instruments. What are securitized debt instruments? Created a securitized individual loan. It's a financial process backed by assets. So I'll explain mortgage backed assets, etc. What we're doing is mortgage backed assets or your securitized debt instruments. Your securitized debt instruments. Okay. Now let's understand what happens. Today, banks give loan to investors. Banks give loan to investors, to borrowers. Okay, to borrowers. Now this borrower will keep paying in the form of EMI. So slowly I will keep getting. So what the bank can do, they can take, now this borrower must have give some security also. Security could be his house, that if I don't repay and I default on the EMI, you take away my house. So this is a normal arrangement, yes or no? Now sometimes when the bank is in need of funds, they sell these debtors. We sell the debtors to certain companies called as securitization companies. They sell it. So the securitization companies will give the money and buy these debtors, and all the EMIs will now be, instead of the bank, will come to this securitization company. Now this securitization company, how will it get funds to buy borrowers from the bank? So they issue instruments, they issue shares. Those shares and raise funds from the public. Those instruments are called as securitized debt instruments or mortgage backed securities. क्यों समझो? From the investor point of view, whatever securitization the EMIs will be received from the securitization company, now it will go to the investor, so he will keep getting. As the bank was safe, the securitization company is safe, like that only the investor is also safe. So EMIs will be keep giving, instead of the bank will go to the securitization company, and then the return will be given to the investor. If the borrower defaults, his assets will be sold, money will be taken, again the securitization company will receive, and it will give to the investors. So it just comes in place of the bank. So a securitization company would be coming in the position of banks. So banks, what do? Regularly they have so much data on their balance sheet. It is an asset. Sometimes to encash this, they sell it off to securitization companies. Securitization companies, they buy with the help of the funds that they raise from the public. Whatever they issue are called as securitized debt instruments. Till here it is clear. So these are mortgages backed securities. Meaning these securities are there which are backed by mortgages. So you know that you are safe. Ultimately कोई borrower ने घर गिरवी रखा होगा, वो बैंक को मिला होगा, बैंक के पास से हमने परचेज किया है, तो बैंक के राइट्स हमारे पास है. Then municipal bonds or muni bonds, these sometimes to finance infrastructure, to finance certain projects, these bonds can be raised. Okay, so to meet certain eligibility criteria, they can do. The municipality should not have a negative net worth. If a municipality wants to raise funds for a certain project, they should not have a negative net worth. They should have not defaulted any of their earlier payments, and they should not be willful defaulters. Now we'll see what are exchange traded funds. Exchange traded fund, very simple. Here you must have heard of Nifty Bs. Nifty Bs. So whatever is the return of the exchange, that will be your return. For example, you want to benchmark your return just like what is there for a index. मतलब index funds भी बोलते हैं इसको. जो index का return है वो मेरा return होना चाहिए. अगर Nifty has earned 12%, I will also earn 12%. So there are these funds which try to match the return of a certain index or a certain exchange. It could also be a foreign exchange. It could also be a Nasdaq. तो Nasdaq exchange funds भी आते हैं. I had subscribed to that Nasdaq exchange fund. So whatever is the return of Nasdaq, you will get that return. So exchange traded fund is like an index fund which match the return of a particular index. Now coming to the concept of book building process. Okay, so now we'll start with the process of book building process. Now let me tell you that today the issue price, when we want to decide, a company wants to determine the issue price, there are two ways. One is a fixed price method, and the other one is a book building method. Company can fix a price that, let me say that the price is 30. So they have fixed it, the issue price. Company itself only decides what is the fixed price. But it is possible that the people could give more shares. So in book building process, what happens? It is a process of price discovery. It is a process of price discovery where you want to price the security as per the market demand. You want to price security as per market demand. So what you do, you remove a bidding. You ask the people to bid within a price range. Let's say between 10 to 12, you are asking the people between 100 and 120 what you are ready to buy. So for this, the company issues a prospectus which has this bid price, which is called as red herring prospectus. So कंपनी पहले एक रेड हियरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस सर्कुलेट करेगी जिसमें प्राइस बैंड होगा, where people will be asked to bid whether they want it at 100, whether they want it at 110 or whether they want it at 120. If many people go for 120, they say nahi nahi wo humko chahiye hi chahiye, no matter what price, we cannot miss it. They have gone for the upper band. So it is possible many uh, issues the upper band पे ही close होता है. So upper band select हो गया, तो then the company will issue a final prospectus and say that we are issuing it at 120. So this bidding जब करते हैं, it is done through ASBA process. This ASBA process is done through certain banks called as self-certified syndicate banks. अब समझते क्या होता है ये ASBA process? Application supported by block amount. Between 100 and 120, if you have said you wanted at 120, so just by words नहीं होता, you have to subscribe. You will have to give an application that you want it, and this will be supported with a blocked amount. So 120 will get blocked in your account. If you succeed, then it will be auto debited. But if you get rejected and you did not get it for some reason, because it got oversubscribed, etc., or you bid it too less, you didn't get, so your money will be unfreezed or it will be refunded back to you. Clear? So this is the concept of book building process, where you try to discover the price by bidding process. Okay, companies nowadays enter into this price discovery where they want to price the security as per the market demand. Okay, this is covered in your ICDR regulations. Now in this also, if you go to see just a very simple example, there are sums on book building which I've covered in the in a separate part. But let's see, very simple. Company has 100 shares. It is asking the people to bid between 30 to 40. So now what is happening? For 40 only 20 shares का demand आया. For 38 more 10 का आया. Cumulative demand is of 20 and 30. तो 37 पे और 20 लोग आए. So that means ये तो खरीदने ही तैयार है 37 पे, because वो तो 40 का bid कर रहे हैं. So then you have total 50. So if you go to see when at a cumulative demand is coming, total demand is coming of 100. At that time the price was 35. So all these people who bidded 40, they will also get it at 35. They will also get it at 35. So all these people will get it at 35 rupees. So we will say this is the cutoff price. All of you all have bidded. We are able to now sell our 100 units. अगर हम लोग 40 पे रखते तो सिर्फ 20 ही बिक पाते. We want to remove 100 units. So 100 units will be easily sold off. Then ASBA, all the application that you bid, that much amount will be blocked. All of this ASBA process is provided by certain banks. They are called as self-certified syndicate banks. They get a special license to have this ASBA facility. Nowadays you have use UPI. All of us, we use UPI, GPay, everything that we do. We have a UPI accounts. Unified Payments Interface is set up by the government. It is an instant payment method that you can go and make the payment also. So even public issues nowadays are becoming very is a step towards digitalization. The offline process is involved in application is moving to online. You can just make an online transfer and this will be done. So normally what happens is, through your Kite app or through your Sherkan app or through whichever HDFC Securities app, you will just go and swipe a buy and done. Your bidding will be done. Green shoe option I have covered in a separate, this sums have been done, so separate video has been completely done for green shoe option in the sums category, where the sums of green shoe options are also covered. Now we'll take a 10-minute break and come back and do this secondary market also. Okay, secondary market in next 10 minutes we will complete it. Fine. Till here it is clear. Any doubts? Please message in the chat box if it is clear. Then we'll start with the secondary market and finish it off. Clear till here? Yes or no? Put in the chat box till here you are understanding. Then we'll just take a 10-minute break and we'll come back. Yes or no? This entire chapter is for 35 marks. We are doing it entirely from the module. So we know that we are covering everything. Is it clear till here? There? Any message? Okay, clear. Great. So we'll just take a 10-minute break and we'll return. Hi guys, am I audible to you all? Quickly thumbs up and this time we'll finish it off once and for all. Okay, am I audible to you all? Can you all message on, can you just put it in the chat box? Okay, great. Am I audible and clear so I can begin now quickly? So now we'll be starting with the second part, which is your secondary market. Now a lot of questions have come from here as well. Okay, so I'll tell you all what all is important as well. First is they are giving you the basics what we had done in chapter number 1, that is your SCRA and your SEBI Act, what is a stock exchange, what is the SCRA Act, etc. So stock exchange is an important medium where you can trade your securities, where you can raise capital, all those tools are there. So the role of stock exchange has been given. You can act as a continuous market for securities. They are responsible for the securities evaluation. They will ensure that your savings becomes investment. Their job is to protect the investors, ensure liquidity, enable proper speculation. I can make my analysis and I can invest. Act as an economic barometer. So when a stock exchange valuation is high, we believe that the economy is flourishing and everyone's growing. Then exercise vigilance or control on a company. So these are just head points that you can remember. Role of a stock exchange. Then you can attract foreign capital. It ensures safety and fair dealing, and it regulates company management. Okay, so not very important. Stock exchanges, two main stock exchanges, main board NSE, BSE, and in subordinate boards you have your NSE, SME and BSE, SME. Trading mechanism. Let's see what is the trading mechanism. Today if you buy in T plus 2 days, that is the trading day plus 2 days, your money will be deducted and your shares will be given to you. This actually we can say is now shrink to T plus 1 day. In 1 day it is happening. Especially you're dealing in online shares. Now we talk about regulation number 40 of SEBI LODR stipulates that in case of transfer transmission, all the shares should be held in demat form. Every public company should have every listed company should have shares in the demat form. They've given you bifurcations bit. So whatever is important till now, what we've started is not yet important. Listed companies means which are listed whenever the securities are listed on a recognized stock exchange is called as listed security. Permitted means you are not listed but you have been given temporary permission to list it. Sometimes when certain approvals are pending or for some reason the stock exchange has permitted you to list your securities to facilitate market participants to trade. In some companies in India which are not listed on any recognized stock exchange, trading in such securities is facilitated as permitted securities provided that they meet the relevant norms. To facilitate market participants to trade in securities of such companies which are actively traded at other stock exchanges but are not listed on an stock exchange. Trading in such securities is facilitated as permitted stock exchange. Now this was a time when you were there on in a regional stock exchange. In another regional stock exchanges you could be permitted. Right now since it is nationwide terminals listed on NSE, BSE, from any part of any state you can trade. Market participants, again, we all know who all are the main players. So we have the investors, we have the companies, and we have these intermediaries. We have a separate chapter on security market intermediaries. So you can do this from there. All these intermediaries are there in the stock market. What is new? We'll cover. Stock exchanges is a platform where you can buy and sell securities. Depository, separate chapter that you have. Depository is an organization which holds securities in electronic form. There are two depositories, NSDL and CDSL. Depository participants are a interlink between the depositor and the investor. So they are an intermediary. So again, you can do this from the depositories chapter. Again, stockbrokers, custodian, you can do from your chapter where you have security market intermediaries, clearing corporation, merchant bankers, all. Now coming to a new concept which is not there in other chapters, which are called as margins. Today, if you want to deal in future contracts, you require a certain margin. So when I trade in commodities, let's say I trade in commodity actively, there is silver, there is gold, I deal in natural gas, I deal in many commodities which we can buy and sell. Okay. Now let's say if I'm talking of silver, I want to trade in silver. I need to have a basic minimum margin in my account to trade. Otherwise, you with zero money you cannot trade. You need to have minimum, let's say 40,000 in your account to trade. To trade in natural gas, you require minimum 2 lakh rupees to trade in natural gas. Okay. Similarly, in gold, you need to have minimum 80,000 or 50,000, depending. So the margins will be given to you to trade. Now, in future contracts, which are there, they give you something called as an initial margin and a maintenance margin. Initial margin is at the start that you have to maintain. So to open the position, to take a position in the market, to take position, you need that much in your account. So let's say they have given you that you require 50,000 in your account to take a position. I took a position and it started going against me. So my money will automatically start depleting. I will have a loss of 10,000, so 40,000 will be an account. Then 20,000 loss, so there will be only 30,000 in my account. So it will start getting lesser. Now, maintenance margin is the minimum account. It's like a minimum account balance that I need to have. I cannot go below 10,000. So if at all the losses keep going below the margin, below that amount, you get a margin call. A message will come to you that please put in more funds, otherwise your position will be closed and you will have only this much money and all your 40,000 which are there will be booked. Okay. So this is your margin trading. So SEBI ensures, or the stock exchange ensures, that you have sufficient margin to trade. Now I have covered this in the sums as well. Now coming to book closure and record date. Whenever the corporate benefits are to be disclosed, they close the books, and whoever is mentioned on that day, any of the shareholders whose names are mentioned on that day, they will be entitled to the corporate benefits. Section 91 states that you can close the books maximum for 45 days in a year, 30 days at a time, and before closing you have to give us 7 days prior notice in a English, Hindi and regional language. So 45, 30 and 7-day prior notice has to be given. So they haven't given, I don't think here, a 7-day notice, advance notice has to be given before closing the book. So when you close the book, to determine who is the shareholder to whom you will give, because today continuous trading keeps on going, so we don't know to whom we'll give. So we have to close the books and we have to say that whoever is there on that point, they will be entitled to the corporate benefits. Next, we are doing something called as bulk deals and block deals. Now, block deals क्या होता है? If you go on the NSE BSE side, there is a separate block deal portal. A separate thing is there. A separate trading window is made for block deal. When you go in that block deal, it is made for heavy transactions, for large trades. SEBI introduced this in 2018. It timings in the morning is it operates from 8:45 a.m. to 9 a.m. During this time it will operate, and in afternoon the block timings are 2:05 to 2:20. During this time, whenever you want to do a large trade, you can go and do it in that time. So in the block deal, the minimum order size for the deal shall be 10 crores. So minimum buy order or sell order you are doing is of 10 crores. So then you can go in this block deal category. The orders placed shall be within 1% plus or minus of the average price that they will give you. Means if the average price is 300. So only 1% up and down the buying and selling can be done. It cannot happen at a very different price. So average के आसपास ही ये price में तुम transaction कर सकते हो. Because sometimes when you want to buy 10 crores worth shares, you cannot put in your normal trading app. You can go on this bulk app and you can in the block deal and you can do. Whoever has done this kind of transaction, the stock exchange will disseminate this information. The name of the script, the name of the client to whom they have sold, and all those details. Then comes bulk deal. Now what is a bulk deal? Bulk deal is very simple. Bulk deal, you don't have a separate window for this. It is just big trade they are defining. When a total quantity is bought or sold which is 0.5% of the total number of equity shares, it will be treated as a bulk deal. A bulk deal can be transacted by normal trading window for 0.5% kiya, so you can off the total number of shares. So it's considered to be a block deal. Stock broker can facilitate this facility and is required to reveal such bulk deals on a daily basis. They are visible to everyone. If a bulk deal happens to a single trade, it will be notified to the stock exchange immediately. So stock exchanges within 1 hour of closing of the trading, they come to know if it happens through multiple trades, it should be notified to the exchange within 1 hour from the closing of the trading. Now let's see, I've made this very simple. So we have block deal and bulk deal. Block deal, a single transaction of 10 crores when you're doing is a block deal. There is a separate window made. It is opened at 2 times, in morning and in afternoon. It is a single transaction and the trade price should not be 1% difference from the reference or the average price. In bulk deal, when all the buying and selling transactions that you have done of the total shares are more than 0.5% in a day, it is called as bulk deal. There is no separate window for bulk deal transactions. It's straight to the normal trading window. It works during the normal market hours as 9:15 to 3:30. It happens through it can happen through multiple transactions on the same day. So on the same day you kept buying at different times. So collectively you will come to know that you ate 0.5% of the total shares. Moment it is closed, it will be told. It can be done at any price in the prevailing market. There is no price restriction as it was there in the block deal. I hope block is a separate block or a portal that is made or tab for that. Bulk deal is just a name that 0.5 transaction worth 0.5% of the number of shares have been traded. Stock market index we've done. So the index for BSE is Sensex, which is an average of the top 30 stocks. And for NSE, the index is your Nifty, which is an average of the top 50 stocks. So they give you Sensex comes from the word sensitive index. It's an indicator for the BSE. Nifty is there. It is a collection of the top average price of the top 50 stocks. Now you have different indexes, not only your next 50, then you can have of the next 50 indexes also there, next 100, next Nifty 200. So all the different kinds of indexes have started to come. Now basics of investing. Today if you want to invest, now this is not supposed to come in the exam. Basics of investing. You have to understand that there is some amount of risk involved. Systematic risk is a risk which is applicable to all, and you cannot mitigate it, means you cannot avoid it. For example, a case of war, a COVID, all the stocks came down. Unsystematic risk is basically which is applicable only to that company, doesn't affect everyone. Fire, theft, riots, strike, lockouts. Inflation risk, that you did not grow greater than the inflation. Liquidity risk, your money got stuck somewhere where you cannot convert your asset into cash. Business risk, the business strategy failed. Volatility risk, the prices is moving. Currency risk, the price of rupee falls. So all these risks are there in the stock market. To invest, you need to have a bank account, you need to have a demat account, and to trade. When you go to open a demat, you will notice that a KYC process is done. A KYC process is done when you are opening a demat account. Now let's see market surveillance. What do you mean by market surveillance? Now, market surveillance is the stock exchange keeps serving. When I use the word surveillance, it means they keep monitoring. There is a continuous monitoring done. Now, monitoring is done. They check not only of price monitoring. If there is a sudden variation in price, the stock exchange will start its investigation. Or volume monitoring. Volume monitoring is basically when there is bought or sold in large numbers. Okay, now this surveillance can be of two kinds. One is preventive surveillance and reactive surveillance. That is a post-trade. Pre-trade surveillance can be done where we continuously have filters, circuits. If a stock goes above a certain range, automatically trading in that stock stops. At the time of onboarding, only the members we see that we do. So this is before the trade. We are doing some surveillance and preventive measures. Before that only we start bringing in, doing proper KYC of who we are bringing in so that there are less fraud. Trade execution range, that the trade should be within a certain range. Order valuation limitation, like they will limit you to not do big transactions if you don't have that much funds. Cancel on logout. So on logout, whatever transactions you have done, it will if it is not completed, it will be wiped off. Kill switch. Kill switch is very interesting. Kill switch, what happens? Sometimes people overtrade. They keep trading, and they keep making loss. To recover the loss, they trade more. So kill switch is a facility. If the investor wants, he can enable it. If he does and your loss is done of a certain amount, automatically trading for him will start only after 12 hours. So this is like a kill switch, kill your vibe, loss wala vibe, it will kill. So it's a facility, a motion that is there. Next is post trade. End of the day alert you get if some big trades have been done. pattern recognizing model. After you find someone is trading in a particular model, it gives you some hint that something wrong is going on. You can start your surveillance. Certain alerts can be there. So you can just prepare a small answer on this. Krivian redressal model is there. So if anytime anyone has a problem with respect to listed companies, they can go to the Scores website and complain. Now we have a chapter also on Scores, so you can build an answer on that. So online site Scores is SEBI complaints redressal portal. Risk management in stock markets. Now coming to this impact of various policies on the stock market. Fed policy. Just like we have the RBI and we have RBI policy, here in USA we have the Federal Reserve and we have the Fed policy. Now when RBI makes any changes, it does not affect the world. But if USA makes a change in the reserve policy, Fed reserve policy, it has an impact on India for sure. So they say that if US sneezes, the world will catch cold. So we have to understand, and as an investor, you also have to see what is happening in USA. If they make some interest rate changes, it affects us. So the Federal Reserve is a central bank of the USA. They have certain functions, same like what functions RBI has. They also have to monitor the policy, maintain a proper stability in the financial system, having a proper safety and soundness of financial institutions, foster payment and settlement policies, all which RBI has. How change in Fed rate can impact India? Obviously, Fed rates, how it impacts India, I'll explain. So let's see. If Fed interest rates are high, now imagine if in USA the interest rates, Fed rates are increased, what will happen to the India and rupee? It will go up or down. Can you put in the chat box and tell? So as interest rate of USA will increase, many global investors will prefer to make FD in USA because it is a more higher rated and stable country. So because of that, the US dollar will be more strong. India and Indian rupee will crash. That's what they've given here. So this is one point. So this is how it impacts. Okay, interest rate. Now they're also talking about repo and reverse repo rate. Let's see where here. Now RBI and so let me just explain directly. Yeah, so it will come down the repo rate part. Now credit policy of RBI. Now we know RBI part we have done. RBI is a central bank. They maintain stability. They may have various open market operations that they can do to ensure economic growth, that the exchange rate is stable, price is stable, balance of payments are proper between import and exports. We have sufficient, not too much difference. We always prefer a favorable balance of trade where the exports are greater than imports. Neutrality of money. That money should be neutral and it should be easily available. Now bank rate, let's understand the various parts. Repo rate, CRR, these are all the rates which RBI has. I believe you know it. Repo rate is at the rate at which commercial banks borrow from RBI. Cash reserve ratio is the ratio of how much cash commercial banks need to maintain. Statutory liquidity ratio is how much cash and cash equivalents, whether it be gold or it be any securities, combining that, the commercial banks need to maintain. Statutory liquidity ratio will always be greater than the cash reserve ratio. Reverse repo rate is at what rate RBI borrows from commercial banks. They do that. They keep this rate to basically control the monetary supply in India. Now talking about inflation index, very simple. Index is a barometer. Here which it uh, calculates, it governs something. Inflation index is an economic tool which measures the rate of inflation. Now in India we also have certain indexes, which is consumer price index and a wholesale price index. Let's understand the difference between the two. Okay, so we are seeing the difference between consumer price index and the wholesale price index. Very simple. From the name itself, wholesale price inflation. So they measure the inflation. How much inflation was there? Now inflation can be there in the wholesale sector where it is there for companies who buy in bulk, and it can be for individuals, for you and me also. So that is the consumer price inflation. So in wholesale price index, they they check the average increase in prices at a wholesale level. In consumer price index, they check at the inflation at the retail level. The office that publishes this index is the Office of Economic Advisory. Here it is the National Statistical Office. Here it covers the inflation only of goods only. Here it covers of goods and services. Inflation measurement, the first stage only they see. Here they see the final stage. Consumer is at the final stage. They will cover only the final prices goods. Then prices, the base year is 11-12. Here the base year is 2012. Okay, so here you can just mark this also as a read from exam. They have asked this in the past exam, wholesale and this. So just a 5-mark answer that you can build, and that is it. We are done with the chapter. So this is a 32-mark chapter that we have completed. Thank you so much for your patience. Wish you all the very best. Okay. Thank you, and good night, everyone. Have a great day. Thanks for being patient and be there for all the while. Take care.